All right, we're live, and I guess we're joined in the chats by Keith Harper, who was asking, "Where are the clowns? Bring on the clowns." The clowns are here, sir. I am nothing if not a clown. How's it going, Keith? I hope you're working on art today. That's what I'm going to be working on. I'm planning on working on. Oh, geez, I got to get my chair a little higher up. So I'm working on this big old panel here. I'll show you guys of angry teenage me, which is blocked by my image, which someone in the chats complained about the other day. But I was also asked by multiple people to add a shot that shows my face while talking. And so I kind of figured that out on OBS. I'm not a genius at this stuff at OBS or anything like that. So bear with me as I go. But yeah, so anyhow, if that bothers you, let me know in the chats if like the having me on screen while drawing bugs you. Just let me know, and I can always modify it. Although I'm not here to please the crowds all the time. I'm just here to get some art done and hang out with people and hopefully do a stream. All right, so the last one I did, man, it went like 8 hours. We got in some like heavy, crazy debates, I think, about a variety of things. The last few days I've ended up in debates where we're like, I guess like a well-known kind of trollish guy on the internet like called me an atheist, which was interesting because I'm a Christian. So it was interesting that like he had like this sort of like shot in the dark video that was like trying to kind of call me something negative. But hey, it's YouTube, and I don't usually debate. So I guess maybe that's the debate sphere. I don't know. I usually just draw stuff. So what do I draw? And what is this stream? Let me kind of get into it. I have a few plugs I'm going to get out of the way before I get into the good stuff and draw. And I hope you guys are there. Keith said, "Onward, Christian posers." Wow, Keith, you don't seem like a happy dude. You okay, bud? Yeah, but anyhow, so I do have 2 books coming out. Well, one coming out and then one that's already released. One's called 2 Stories, which is available currently. And this is actually a book about faith and mental illness. And it's hand-lettered, hand-inked, and then handed to you someday in print. And I know Keith was saying he's just kidding. I know, Keith. I know. It's been like a long few days. But I'm also just like super tired. Today I was supposed to work on illustration work to catch up. And I realized that I just don't have it in me. Like I don't have the energy, the brain power to like do an illustration work from like concept to completion. So what better than like I do have the juice and the energy to work. So I'm like, this is perfect, because if I have time to work and draw and I don't have the energy to like concept and stuff like that, I have these beautifully penciled pages. I have a bunch of these that I need to get inked for 2 Stories book 2. And so let me explain what 2 Stories book 1 is for all of those out there who might want to support my work. 2 Stories, this is a memoir about faith and mental illness by me. And it's about how I thought I was living the artist dream, how I was a young, ambitious comic book creator with a hip apartment, an affectionate fiance, and my whole life ahead of me. Until the night I found myself on Burnside Bridge, willing myself to jump. And then the comic gets into, the first book gets into how I got there. And basically, it's a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. So that's 2 Stories. So you should go order that. It's available at a really discounted rate on Amazon. I don't think it's quite as cheap as it was before, but it's still way under cover price. And I get the same exact amount from sales. So please go check that out. And if you guys especially have enjoyed these streams or listened to these streams and you've kind of held off on like picking up the book, I recommend you check it out so you can kind of know what this book 2 that I've been working on and inking on these streams is all about. And actually, it talks really openly about my faith, especially book 2. And so I'd be eager for people to kind of check it out. So then we've got this brand new book that I'm really excited about, and this is coming out in June. And so I'm actually going to be doing signings, I believe, in July at Barnes & Noble in the Antelope Valley. And then I am currently booking other signings as well. And my publisher is still waiting to hear back about TCAF. But if TCAF is going to happen, I think somewhere in June, around release time, hopefully I'll be in Toronto. We'll see if we get in. But Graphic Mundi is a really good publisher, so hopefully they're able to make that happen. And that would be really exciting because that would be my first time at TCAF. But anyhow, this is so this is the advanced reader's copy. When I got this, I was super excited because, I mean, it's not even going to translate all that well on screen, but it's like the color and the artwork, everything I did in here, color, inks, pencils, the writing, and the lettering, everything. And I was just like super happy with how it came out. I think it's a really beautiful book. This book is about, it's called Jacob's Apartment. And it is about how at first glance, college roommates Jacob and Sarah seem like polar opposites. Jacob is a Christian. Sarah is an atheist. Sarah is a drinker. And Jacob's a teetotaler. But they've been friends for years, finding commonality in their shared dream to create art. And it's a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost World and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. So please support my work. These 2 books right here, if you saw them next to each other on the shelf, they'd look like that. That's 10 years of my life. So yeah, so pick up the books, pre-order Jacob's Apartment, and show to me that those 10 years were worthwhile. So yeah, okay. So there's my heavy-handed pitch, and now we can get into hanging out and stuff like that. Keith said, I really liked book 1. That's awesome, Keith. Thank you. Thanks for picking it up too, and I hope you enjoyed it. I put a lot of thought into it, and yeah, a lot of care and a lot of love went into those pages, and yeah, so I appreciate that you supported it and then checked it out and all that fun stuff. Whew. Okay. So we're gonna see how far I can get, but my goal is to get through this panel tonight. Whew. And let's see. So it'll be interesting to see who all shows up on the stream, or if anyone shows up. Often these things kind of start out with me all by my lonesome, so it's really neat to have you in the chats, Keith. And what are you working on, man? I know you make comics and such things. How are they coming along? I also am like having this brief moment of trying to find my number 8 pen. There it is. Boom. I had left it over there. Cool, because for like a big panel like this, I rarely use number 8s except for panel borders and stuff like that. But when it comes to a giant panel like this, I'm probably going to need to rock that number 8. Get that extra thickness. All right, let's see here. But yeah, today was just, one of those days where my brain is behind where it needs to be. I don't know if you guys have ever had those days, but it definitely was a fighting to get out of bed kind of day, where it's like, okay, I can do this, but oh man, I am hanging in there by a thread. But I'm also excited and eager, and I've been really enjoying the live streams lately. And it's funny because I was kind of joking about like the debate thing not really being in my nature, but I am a very like argumentative person, and so there is a part of me, a dark part of my soul, that very much enjoys the war of ideas. And then Keith said, I'm in analysis paralysis at the moment, but starting to write some comic ideas down. Need to do shorter stuff, like maybe 8-pagers. Oh, dude. If you do an 8-pager, just like once you're 8 pages in, just chuckle to yourself thinking about me like 100 and something pages in, just being like, why did I pick comics? I'm kidding, but I do envy the shorter form stuff. I have a lot of friends in illustration. That's how I made my bread and butter for a really long period of time. And every once in a while, they'll post like personal work where they're doing like a poster or something. And it's like, there is a part of me that's like, that kind of misses that, where I'm like, oh man, there was a day, a time, an era in time where I would just do like a t-shirt design, and then it's like done and done. Whereas like these projects are very time consuming. And so I think like starting with a smaller project, man, not a bad call. Like right now, I actually enjoy it, and I really enjoy the result, and I'm enjoying having books out. And I want to keep that going. It's like a sick addiction where I'm like, okay, I need more books out, because it feels really good to have a book done and bound. And also like, I feel good about the books. Like I'm pretty confident that if people buy them and read them, they're going to be like stunned and impressed. You know what? Let me see here. I'm going to take Corey's advice here, and I'm going to take my brand thing, I hide that, and I'm just going to put that banner, that rolling banner, what they call a ticker. Boom. And put that there. That way you guys get a better view other than my ugly mug. All right. So here we go. Kind of funny. I don't usually start off kind of like super like grumpy and negative. I think I'm in a mood. But anyhow, so here we go. I'm going to basically get moving on this. But anyhow, so there's like a good feeling about kind of having books out and stuff like that. But like there definitely are times where it's like, whew, man, shorter projects can be really cool. But there's also times like today where it's like I feel like working on art, but my brain is dead. And luckily I've done the pre-work on like a bunch of pages. So I have a bunch of penciled pages that are just waiting for inking. And those times for me when like my brain isn't in a super analytical mode, like inking is like meditation. Like it's a really cool experience. Keith said, yeah, right now I need that endorphin rush of being done. Yeah, totally. And it's a good feeling, but it's that weird, conundrum, because those of us who really like books, like big books, and want to make big books, like it just takes a lot longer. And then the reward is like much bigger, like on an ego level, where it's like, dude, I did this, like I did this big old book. But like on another note, it's just like, again, just, yeah, it's a lot. But anytime I'm kind of like feeling sorry for myself, this is something I always remind myself of. Like anytime that, because I'm an art director for like my day job, and anytime I feel like kind of grumpy about what I do for a living or something like that, I think about the fact that like, hey, look, I'm not having to like lay concrete. I'm not having to like, do a lot of really hard manual jobs, like which honestly would just slowly kill me. This job, the most it cost me is like, the careers and work I do, the most it cost me is like a lot of time, energy, and sleep. And that's basically it. And like compared to like there's careers that'll cost all of that, as well as like physical labor. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I have much to complain about. But I always try to kind of keep that in mind, like if I'm feeling kind of grumpy or something like that. Adam hopped on. How's it going, Adam? How are you doing? You're more than welcome to hop on if you want. This is definitely not going to be an 8-hour stream, but it will be a stream. If you're just hanging in the chats, that's okay as well. Yeah, so just like kind of one of those days of like, strangely enough, like I have some energy, and yet brain power is just next to nothing. And Adam, how are you doing, by the way? I hope you're recovering, man. Adam was sick. We had a really awesome long discussion on our last on my last stream. Very long stream. I think very interesting. It was a long back and forth. But I also think like, oh man, he did that with COVID going. So it's like being a person, I care about Adam's well-being, and it's like I don't want to make him more sick. So that's always a thing. But anyhow, you're more than welcome. But again, if you got to rest, man. Get that energy back. This is a nerdy thing. I have really, in the last few years, I guess like 3 years now, had a really consistent habit of exercise. And I talk about it. I've talked about it a lot on blogs and stuff. And it's funny because I've never been an exercise guy. Like my entire life, never been a guy to exercise. I've always been the scrawny, shrimpy kid in school who was bad at PE. And like, and then like the kid in my 20s who just had like this crazy fast metabolism, so I like couldn't gain weight, like, which I'm not complaining, like that's a cool thing because a lot of people don't have that. But I remember like when I first took on the gig as like an art director, it was the first time I'd worked in-house in a long time, because I'm a guy who for the longest period of time, like I really just didn't like working like for anyone, like on the clock. And I also like the freedom of freelance. So anyhow, I did that for a really long period of time. But when I finally took the art director gig, I was like completely unfamiliar with like office culture where like people bring in like donuts and all sorts of stuff like that. And I remember one of the people that I worked with was like, oh, and they had this nickname that was like where I work and then 30. And they were like, oh, it's the whatever 30. I don't want to name where I work because, this blog is not a representation of that place. And I don't speak for that place or give opinions for that place. Although I like that place. It's a really good job. But anyhow, I just remember being like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to be the guy who just kind of starts working at an office and just goes like, oh, well, I guess it's okay to gain 30 pounds or whatever. So I was like, that won't be me. And then it was about a year later that, well, it wasn't even a year. It was like a couple months later, I had gained like 20 pounds and I did the math and I was like, okay, if I keep this up, that's going to be like 20 pounds every 2 months. And the other thing is I have a really long commute and like my back was hurting all the time and I was just like constantly in pain. And so like finally I was like, okay, I'm going to work out. And I ended up doing a rowing machine, which is like one of the first workouts I ever did that was just like, okay, I can do this. Like if I have a rowing machine at home, it's not a gym, so I can't make excuses to not do it. It's like this big awkward thing in my room that like if I don't do is just going to sit there and make me feel guilty. And also it's a good exercise, and it's not going to like put a lot of strain on my joints. And as long as I have proper posture, it's not going to mess up my back, but it'll do a pretty good all over workout. So I started with that, and then I added other things like free weights, did yoga for a bit, stuff like that. But the thing is, I've been pretty consistent for like about 3 years now of like every other day I do rowing and I do free weights. And I was even mixing in bicycling with that until my really good friend Corey got into a motorcycle accident. And it was like right after I'd had like 5 friends be like, hey, when you bicycle, you're probably going to get hit by a car. And I was just like casting aside what they said. And then Corey ate crap on his motorcycle. And then a guy I know locally here got hit on his bike. Both of them had severe injuries. Corey luckily didn't have it as bad as the guy here that I knew who broke their back. And I was just like, okay, I am not doing bicycling. I'll just stick to the rowing and the free weights, because the whole purpose of this isn't for me to kill myself. It's literally to gain energy and stuff like that. Whew. Let's see here. Nice. Adam said, I've been home for days resting. I was laying down catching up on all of Jim Luhan's films. That sounds like fun, man. Jim Luhan's films are incredibly fun. And then Keith said he's glad Adam's feeling better. And Adam said, it has been coming and going, so I suspect it'll get worse again later, but incrementally moving towards recovered. That's really good news, man. Okay. So anyhow, all this stuff about working out has a purpose, which is I went about a month this last month without working out. And for the last like 2 weeks, because I've been working extra hard on comics, because I've been blessed with a lot of opportunities, it's taken like a health hit on me that I can physically feel. And I felt like extra exhausted. I felt like a ton of extra back pain, grumpy, moody. Another thing I liked about exercise is like I'm a person who's prone to depression, and I started feeling depression again. I started feeling all the things that I felt before having a positive habit of working out. And 2 days ago, I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to get back on that horse, because I don't like as much as it sucks to take the time out of my day to exercise or the time away from comics to exercise. It's necessary. It's just necessary. Like if I don't do that, I regret it and I feel terrible. So point being, day 1 back, like anybody who's totally used to exercising and routines and stuff like that, you'll know, like, hey, if you took like a month off and you're used to like a consistent routine, man, that day back sucks. Like Monday was brutal, like just on the pain level, and like can't lift what I lifted and all that stuff. Today I had to kind of push through all the aches of like getting back into it, but it feels way less like brutal, and my body's kind of feeling like it's getting back to it. So anyhow, even though I'm kind of coming in with like a mildly grumpy mood, I just I also guess I'm kind of bragging a little bit, because I'm like, I'm happy and proud of myself. I'm proud of myself for like pushing through resistance, which I always get whenever I take a couple days off of working out, because that couple days very quickly becomes like weeks, which very quickly can become months. And it's like I get this like resistance that comes up where it's just like in my head, like just telling me like, well, you're not doing it anymore anyway, so, and you're really busy, and like it's every excuse in the world, everything I could be doing but it like gets in the way. And pushed through all of that and like did the right thing, and now I'm back on track. And with my personality, I'm really weird and rigid about, I don't know why. Actually, this would be an interesting topic too. Oh, I do want to hit what Adam was saying though. He said, Pleasure Beast and Infinity Pool are my favorites. I love Infinity Pool. I'm trying to think of my favorite. I think I like Lars Lazarus the most, but I think I just liked the I just like the plot, and I like the there's a really dumb recurring joke that Jim has in that I just absolutely love, where it's like a psychic every time they're murdered. There's like somebody at the crime scene who's like, I guess he didn't see that coming. And it like repeats throughout the whole thing. And I don't know why it just gets me. It's something about the repetition. He's really good at crafting humor. And then Pleasure Beast, I love it. But it's hard to know why. I think why I love it is because I would probably love it if I weren't a part of it, but I love it extra because I got to be a part of it and got to be a voice in it. And it was just such a cool experience because I've known Jim for probably about a decade now, so it was kind of a flattering thing that he asked me, and also to be able to play like this cool hip pastor that's kind of riffing on, like I think he treats it with respect, like he doesn't insult Christianity, but I think what he is kind of taking a few pot shots at are things that really bug me. Within the church, like those big celebrity hip pastor dudes bug the hell out of me. So it's fun to like kind of riff on that and and kind of I felt like it was great. But what was funny too is I realized from that experience I'm not much of a voice actor. Jim just kind of had me parrot. So basically, like, I guess that technique is like Jim would say something and he'd act it out in this incredible way, and then I would do a take just kind of mimicking exactly what he did, and that's kind of how we tracked it. So because I am not a voice actor, so but it was a cool experience to be in Pleasure Beast. And I will say, if you guys want to watch something really funny by Jim Lujan, check out Pleasure Beast. It was fun. It's got like a lot of little cameos. There's a little shout out to Scott Cirkland. I think there's even a shout out to Frank in there. I think he might have like a little cameo. So yeah, and there's just a bunch of great stuff. So, and actually, I think for like the thing I did like about Pleasure Beast was like the editing. Jim really knows how to like set a vibe and a mood and a tone, and like that editing just kind of worked really well. Keith was saying resistance is seductive in how it feels like it is looking out for you. And then Keith also said Frank is Hydra. 100%, man. His tentacles are everywhere. I'm a little surprised he's not on stream today, but I'm guessing because Frank's been on like 1 million streams lately, I would hope like he's taking a night off and just kind of resting. But I will say that leaves our chat modless. So I'm also having like throat stuff. This is interesting. All right. I am still recovering from a cold that's just hung around. Luckily, there's some like decent medicine that I took that's helped with that. But yeah, resistance is totally seductive. For anybody who's like not familiar, I mean, I talk about it a lot on here, but there's this concept of like anytime you're working on art, it comes from the War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. And it's like anytime you're working on something positive, whether it's working out or getting some kind of healthy habit going, and definitely art creation. The second you do anything that's positive, that's something you feel you're supposed to do, you're going to experience resistance. And like the idea is like everything in the world will come up to try to prevent you from doing the thing you're supposed to do. And it's just sort of this phenomenon that he noticed happens to artists. And it's funny because I've talked to some artists like I think my friend Gaz was not a fan of the book. and he felt it was just like mumbo jumbo kind of stuff. But I feel, I guess maybe I'm less cynical because I read that book and I was just like, dude, instantly, like, yeah, I relate to that. But I mean, everything's different for everybody. And Gaz isn't really a cynical dude. I think he just didn't like that it was sort of, it does touch on things like spirituality and the muses and a lot of like really high concepts that, aren't really like solid. And so I could understand for somebody who like wants everything to be kind of sane and rational, to like kind of be put off by that book. But I do feel like most people I've met, he's the exception, but most artists I've met find like some just, and even friends of mine who are like complete skeptics and stuff like that, they find a lot of help in that book because it's just, it's hard to have experienced life as a creative without experiencing that moment of like, okay, I'm going to sit down and draw my comic. Man, I still haven't seen blah, blah, blah. Or I'm going to sit down and draw my comic. Oh, what's that? I need to do the dishes. Like the second you sit down to draw your comic, like 1.5 million things are going to come up that get in your way and kind of, want to crash your responsible party of like working on art. So anyhow, to me, it's been a really positive experience. And it's not like I like read that book every week or something, but the few times in my life that I've read it had a pretty big impact. And also helped me develop some really positive work habits that have helped me get through 2 graphic novels. And now on to 3. So, because I do feel like working on art is a little bit of an act of faith every time you do it. And hopefully not blind faith. Like hopefully the more you're at it, the more it's like not blind faith, where you're just like, okay, there is some fruit from this. Like I'm getting something from this. I'm getting something out of this. I'm learning stuff about myself through it, I feel like I do. I feel like every time I've finished a graphic novel, it's kind of like, it's not like I get this like catharsis that like, fills my soul or something, but I definitely get that like, that feeling like people sign up for like marathons, right? And like I think half of the reason they sign up for marathons is like just to see if they can do it. See, to test their endurance, right? To test their mettle. It's not like marathons, like at certain points, I think a lot of marathon running isn't even healthy to do. It's just like it's kind of like you have to get really healthy to do it. But it's like, I don't know if it's like the best thing for your health. Like there's certain kinds of running, at least from what I've heard, that like aren't really great for you and like and can mess up your legs and all sorts of stuff, your knees, your joints. I mean, I don't think people are primarily doing marathon running for like health. I think they're doing it because they like the run, and the main thing is just seeing if they can do it. Like, because I think there's a high when you take on like a really crazy challenge, and you're like, holy crap, I did it. And so I would say I like experienced that, but like tenfold, because it's like, dude, I dedicated 5 years of my life to something and I actually finished it. I didn't cop out. I know a ton of people who start and stop comics, and I take pride in the fact that I wasn't one of them. Is that terrible? I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. It also feels like I'm in a club or something. Not that I'm really in a club, but it's like I do think there's like a finished graphic novels club. Like it's not really a club, but in my head it is, It's like if you've tested your metal enough to do that, I don't know. To me, that puts you in a different league. Not that you're more special than anyone else, but it definitely shows you have endurance and you take this thing seriously, I don't know. Does that make any sense? Whew. I'm getting a little sleepy here, guys, so I'm gonna try to get through this panel. That's the goal. So Frank, Frank isn't here, but is a Hydra. We've got Keith. You were saying you were going to work on an 8-page book. What do you have any ideas for plots? Or are you just kind of chilling and letting it flow through you? Adam said I could hop on for a bit if you want the company. Yeah, I'm down, dude. As long as you're okay, though. I want to make sure you're okay, like on the recovery front, because I don't want to press your health, you know. But yeah, I'd love the company if you want to hop on. I'll send you a link. Let's see here. Adam does have some kind of magic ability. You'll notice on the last streams have gone a lot longer than my previous streams. Cool. I sent you a link, Adam. And I do think Adam has like some kind of magic ability when we're talking, because every time we've talked, I've finished like 3 panels. It's kind of nuts because I usually do like about 1 panel a night. Keith said, I came up with an idea based on old school D&D called the Barbaric Blade of Thaco. Parody sword and sorcery satire. Oh man, that's amazing. He also said copyright TM and all rights reserved. Oh no, are you gonna I guess once you put that out, you're gonna have to steal the monetization of this video, Keith. You'll be like, dude, you mentioned my Barbaric Blade of Thaco book. Thaco is a great character name, man. That sounds pretty hilarious and awesome. I did a barbarian book. I illustrated one called Barbarians, a Handbook for Aspiring Savages for Insight Editions. And it's a book it's a handbook for aspiring savages written by a barbarian. And my illustrations were like really mediocre, but intentionally, I wanted them to look like really early 1980s D&D catalogs. But yeah, so that book's out there. I think you can still get a hold of it online for probably a really cheap price. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun to dip into that. Even the cover, I did I'll show it on stream sometime when I'm not inking, but yeah, that was a really fun book. There's probably a link to it or something in the store section of my website, but that's very cool. And one thing that was fun about that I think if I ever do a full out fantasy book, I might, do again was it is fun doing barbarian world maps. It's pretty amazing. There's something fun about doing map illustrations, very astute for barbarians. Let me make sure this link works. Okay, I think I did get it to him, so. All right. To hit armor class 0, Thaco. Oh, that kills me. Let me switch this up.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, my dude. How you doing?
I'm doing the best I've been doing so far since I've been sick, I would say.
You sound better.
Not in the clear yet, but
yeah, I mean, you still
a lot closer.
Yeah, you sound a little scratchy, but not like You kind of sounded like death the last time we were talking.
Yeah. Well, I was literally just like laying back, just speaking as like softly. Like I was really trying not to strain my voice.
Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, actually, just like the last kind of hour, I started to feel that a little bit better, and just like I'm starting to get like antsy, and just like I've been cooped up for too long. Like that's like I've just been in my house.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm getting bored of this already.
Yeah, isolation, it's weird. It's like I learned this during the pandemic too, where the early parts of the pandemic where the isolation thing, like I'm a very like I do not go out a lot. I don't do a lot outside of the house. Um and so I thought like I'd be fine in a situation where I just couldn't leave the house. In fact, I kind of daydreamed about that where it was just like, man, it would be cool if like
Well, you go to work almost every day, right?
yeah. But I mean like, I did freelance for like 15 years, so it was like, and that was all from home. So it's
Yeah.
like, I wouldn't even take in-house gigs at that point, I took like one or two in-house gigs. Like I think I did a storyboarding gig in-house for like a day. And then there were like one or two times where like a project was like okay and the pay was all right, so I'd go in, but never longer than like a week at like under somebody's watch, So because of that, it's like I just assumed I'm like, yeah, I
Like you
do
could just
great.
handle it.
Yeah, I do great on my own. And then it's like, actually, ironically, like my wife and her sister's with us and stuff too. And it's like we all kind of did okay. We did a hell of a lot better than our friends because we're all artists, so and nerds, so we like reading and
Sure, yeah.
all that stuff. But man, like after about a month, and this is like when I wasn't even able to go physically into work, and like we're just kind of around the house. We can't see friends. We're kind of like we're talking to people online, but it's just like after a while, it does start to feel like, whoa, this is kind of crazy, like
Yeah.
yeah, because when you're just like stuck, I don't know. It's an interesting. It's interesting. We're definitely meant to be, I think, around other people.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't really do a whole lot. Like I don't leave. I really don't leave the house that much. But
Yeah.
on a pretty much daily basis, I at least like walk to the store or something.
Yeah.
And it's like being so close to no human contact, going from like 1% human contact to 0% human contact. For some reason, to me, just seems like almost worse than working every day and then like taking a nice vacation. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or actually, I don't know. I thought about that. I was like, what? I wonder what it must. I mean, it must be harder for working people. Like people leave their homes and go to a day job. It just must be harder in a totally different way. Because
Yeah,
for
I
me,
guess.
it's like I'm kind of getting by on just a little tiny bit,
Yeah.
and then if I go from just a little tiny bit to nothing, it's like I got nothing. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't really make sense the way I explained it, but it makes more sense in my head.
No, that makes sense. I get it. Because it's like you're already pretty limited in what you're able to like who you're seeing and stuff like that. You're not having like the small talk at the office kind of nonsense,
Yeah.
But it's like weird because that small talk stuff does kind of. I do remember like my first. This is like, I mean, back when I first started freelancing, that was like the hardest part to get used to. Was like, I thought in my head it would be great, and then even that small talk that used to annoy the crap out of me working in house, where somebody'd be like, "Hey, how you been?"
Yeah.
After a while, I was like, actually, that'd be kind of nice if, like, when I went to the kitchen to get some coffee, if somebody was like, "Hey, bud, how you been?" Like,
Sure. Yeah.
even though it's small talk, even though it's BS, even though none of us care, like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. I
like,
have like really bad social anxiety, like
yeah,
debilitating social anxiety. But
yeah,
I I get so much out of when I go to the grocery store. I try not to make contact with anyone. I try to get in and out as fast as possible. But if like the people that work there don't like say, "Oh, have a nice day" or something, it almost like infuriates me. It's like, how am I gonna, like, I don't know. It's like I want that one little piece of like, I want 2 seconds of interaction. That's I can, I desire that and I appreciate it, but
Yeah, I think that's a misconception about introverts. Is like I'm one of those people who I can be very extroverted. It just costs a lot for me. I don't know if that makes
sure, yeah.
sense. Like there's
I
a
should,
high cost for it, but I don't mind paying it a little bit.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think a lot of people make this like weird assumption about introverts that like even severe introverts that they don't like being around people. And it's like this weird thing where it's like, no, introverts like it. It's just really hard and like sometimes almost impossible to do, but it's valuable. It's like this weird.
Yeah,
It's like a double-sided.
I do
Yeah,
like interaction. I especially prefer like a one-on-one or very small group,
yeah,
or if it's a group, it's a group I'm familiar enough with what the dynamics are.
yeah,
If
yeah.
that's not
I
the
get that.
situation, it makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, I keep my friend circle relatively tight. You know, like it's a small group of people,
Yeah.
but
But yeah, actually, I haven't been talking for I think like a couple of days. Actually, I guess I talked on the phone, but I can just tell by talking. It's like I sound so much better.
you do.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
still sound sick, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you sound like, I mean, yeah, anybody who's interested, if you want to see me and Adam go at it, fisticuffs, like
I don't even really
just
remember that too. Like
hardcore.
I'm like out of it.
Yeah, it was a
I mean, I
knockdown.
remember that we had yeah, actually, okay, yeah, I do remember.
I'm joking because I don't think it was that like heated. But I'm trying to play it up so people are overly interested in it. It's like
We did get kind of just like, I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
it was a little
It
CNN
wasn't like,
crossfire,
it
kind of
was just like,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Just yeah, I think Adam like at the end was just like, "I'm gonna kill you, dude," and I was like, "I'm gonna kill you," and we were
I
both
think I
like,
did
"Yeah,
talk about murdering us one specific person, and perhaps something involving their leaving their children to die or something. I don't even remember.
I think it was I took it as sarcasm. Let's
Oh no, yeah, it
yeah,
was sarcasm and
yeah. It
delusion.
read that way for sure.
My mind is melted from fever.
Yeah. Well, honestly, also, I mean, I've read your comics, man. I kind of get your humor. You go dark.
I don't think there's anything in my comics that are that dark yet.
Not yet. I have a feeling.
Jim Luhan stuff though, actually, like I've seen. It's interesting. Like I have seen several Jim Luhan's animations like before.
Yeah.
But I think it was mostly I saw a lot of his really older ones.
Yeah.
And so I was just in bed like watching like a whole bunch of them, like hours and hours and hours. Like I caught up on most of his stuff. And some of it I was surprised because I mean I've seen Jim Luhan on Artcasters and interviewed with Jersey Droz and just like I know his persona. I know Jim Luhan's personality very well.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see kind of how I don't know, some of that stuff is like really R-rated, almost like X-rated. Like
Yeah.
it's pretty freaking hardcore.
Oh yeah.
But it's interesting. Like for example, it's like I think the first time I saw Jim Luhan was Jersey Droz interviewed him.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
then
I wouldn't be
watching
surprised.
like
Yeah.
one of his movies about I don't even want to repeat what some of the subject matter was. It's like it's so funny to think of him being like on the Artcasters or on Jersey's show, just like, oh hey, like how you guys doing?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I knew Jim's animations before, and then we had him on. I think we had him on BIPT back in the day.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I never was around for that stuff.
Yeah, but it was funny because like he kind of knew Javier, and then like through Javier, like who I also met in person. He and Kevin like kind of formed a friendship and stuff. And then I met him, and then it dawned on me like I've seen this guy's stuff before. Because like my wife and I, when we were in college, like at Long Beach, there was this we lived right near this Scottish Rite Cathedral that like was like this creepy, like kind of awesome old building, but they'd also like do movie screenings or something. And so like anyhow, one time Spike and Mike's Twisted Animation like came to that. They did a screening, and we were like, oh, we gotta go to this because it was like right by our house. And so
Nice.
anyhow, so we went to see it, and like, yeah, one of Jim's cartoons called Mama, I'm a Thug, that's about like a pseudo white rapper.
Yes, yeah, right.
Was like in, you know, with like Don Bluth, I think it's Don Bluth and like all these other guys. So it's like, it was right, I think it was right after the Don Bluth cartoon. I think it's Don Bluth where like he's got like it's like a little stick figure kid who's got like a little balloon. And he's like, oh, red balloon, you know, that kind of thing. And then the balloon just starts beating the crap out of him. I don't know if that's Don Bluth.
Is it Plimpton?
No, it wasn't Plimpton. It's the guy who did the My Anus is Bleeding.
Oh, yeah. Hirschfeld.
Okay, not
Don
Bluth.
Hirschfeld?
Yeah,
Don Bluth did
Yeah.
All Dogs Go to Heaven. And...
Yeah, so it's not Don Bluth, Don Hertzfeld. But it was like,
yeah.
so this brutal cartoon where like these balloons just start murdering all these children. By like raising them in the air and then just dropping them, and then it just shows them like picking them up, dropping them, picking them up, dropping them. And then Mama, I'm a Thug, I think it was like right after that in the order. And it was just of every animation there, it was like that song, like my wife and I just, it was stuck in our heads for like a month. And so like then when I met Jim, I was like, oh my gosh, you're the Mama, I'm a Thug guy. And it just was like this weird thing of like, so I was familiar with his cartoons way before being friends with him. So that's awesome. Had that experience in real time, you know, where I'm talking to him and I'm like, man, you know, because his stuff goes really heavy, but it's funny.
Yeah. Well,
but it's also kind of my favorite kind of humor, you know.
No, yeah, I want to say, because I don't want to just say that, because I knew that Jim Lujan was really funny. I could tell that he's one of the funniest guys ever. I did not know until I watched Infinity Pool, Pleasure Beast, and what was the other one? What was the one that you said? The psychic one.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, now I'm blanking out, and I remembered it before. It's the
Lazarus.
Yeah, Lars Lazarus.
Okay, so Jim Lujan is like a freaking genius.
Yeah.
Like he's an auteur, like visionary genius, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like he's doing like Paul Thomas Anderson, David Lynch level films that are hilariously drawn and hilarious. Like he's doing something I always wanted to achieve, which is do something that's funny but brilliant in that same way that like a Focus Features art film is.
Yeah.
Like combine those two things.
Yeah,
so that's like my goal that I'm like kind of working towards. Like eventually I want to do like a Toad Road, like a big long Toad Road story like that, where it's like really dramatic but also just hilarious and insane.
Yeah.
And it's like I've never seen anyone do that. I've never seen anyone do what Jim Lujan has done.
Yeah, that's the weird
thing. How
thing
has he made so many freaking films?
This is funny too, because like so we had him at this is pre-COVID. I don't even know if we're gonna do meetings anymore, but there's like a thing called the LA the National Cartoonist Society of Los Angeles, and there's like heavy hitters in there, like legends, you know, like legends of the field, like people who've directed Disney movies that have been nominated for Oscars, like, you know, the lady who made Boss Baby, like all these like like the guy who did the Stranger Things poster, and then all these legendary cartoonists. And Lonnie, like my friend who's in it, who does New Yorker cartoons, and he's really good friends with Jim, because kind of convinced Jim to like come do a talk. And it's funny, like this is the thing a lot of people don't know about Jim, but Jim is like he has so many fans that are like super famous cartoonists. Like it's like he's like the guy that like,
I would hope so.
Yeah, I mean, like
that's what I was thinking as I was watching this. Was like, man, does Mike Judge know Jim Lujan? Does like I was just thinking like, these people need to know about Jim Lujan's stuff. It's so freaking brilliant.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because like a lot of them do, and that's one of the most astounding things about Jim is like he's super humble, and so you probably wouldn't know it, a lot of the time, but yeah, I mean
he's the most down to earth guy.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a genius. Yeah,
I don't think he had even interacted with me at all. And he's like, "Oh my god, I hope you feel better." When I was in the hospital and stuff, he was like so freaking nice.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a really good dude.
But yeah, I had a Lujan marathon.
Nice. Oh, Frank's here. Frank, I got to give you a link. Do you want to hop on though, Frank? Let me know if you want to hop on because this might be like one of those you don't want to hop on. You're just here to mock us with your awesomeness. I don't know. Should we have him on though? Because like every time he comes on, he says, "What's up, nerds?" And then I want to cry because I'm a nerd. Wouldn't that be funny if we were all traumatized by Frank saying that? No.
I really hate the word nerd so much. I honestly do. I hate that people think it's like fine to say it now for some reason.
I don't hate it like entirely in jest, like something, if Frank goes sup nerds, I know.
Oh no, yeah. I don't hate that. I hate the way that it's like pretty girls are like, "Oh, nerds are so cute." It's like, shut up. You don't think that nerds are cute. Like
you feel betrayed.
Yeah, it's like they're not talking about real nerds. Like before it was quote unquote cool to be a fake nerd. It's like, yeah, we got like beat up for being nerds and stuff.
Yeah. I take pride in having married a very old school nerd. So we were nerds together back when we were young. And
see, like that doesn't bother me at all because I know what you mean in that context. Like by nerd, you mean like I know what you mean. I
totally get what you're saying.
Like let me put it this way. There's a certain way certain people use the word nerd that really rubs me the wrong way.
Well, it's when you have like, okay, so for me, and this might be gatekeepy, and I definitely like can see that in myself because I definitely have some like trauma like from my past. I mean, anybody who's read my comics, like you can read Jacob's Apartment too, and it's like there are scenes in that are like a little exaggerated, but not super exaggerated, of like some pretty intense bullying. Especially Jacobs gets into some incidents that are a little exaggerated, but not much. Like you might think they were exaggerated more than they are, that are pretty biographical or autobiographical. So like, yeah, like I'm literally a kid who like got beat up a lot and like dealt with bullies and then like found punk rock and then got in some fist fights with those bullies. But I was like reading Lord of the Rings and getting beat up for that. Like, there's a lot of like hits that I took for being a nerd. So I do have this like moment, kind of like I used to love the Pixies before Fight Club and I was really into the Pixies. And then Fight Club came out and I was excited that the Pixies were in it and they picked the best Pixies song. And it was the song that I would use to get people into the Pixies. But there was also that really dark gatekeepy nerd in me that like wanted to keep the Pixies to myself. So I have to fight that guy because I think that guy's gatekeepy and I think it's great. I think it's great that more people are getting into good things. And even if it's superficial, it's like giving money to people who are making great things.
I think you have a valid concern because if someone hears a song just on a soundtrack and they don't really know much about the band and stuff, they tend to, not always, tend to have just sort of this superficial, uninvested interest in the song, which is different if you actually like are actually into the the full album and the whole discography, and you know Frank Black, and you know
Yeah,
who the Pixies are. I learned about the Pixies. Is it Pixies or the Pixies?
the Pixies.
Okay, because
Well, you can call it Pixies.
some of those bands, it's like they intentionally take the out. I learned about them through They Might Be Giants, because at one point they toured with them a lot, and just like one of the guys from They Might Be Giants like directed one or two of Frank Black's like
Yeah,
music videos and
I
stuff.
know when Frank Black was doing like Teenager of the Year too, I think he did a lot of touring with them.
Yeah.
So
That's actually my favorite.
it's a great album.
I'm not a huge Pixies fan, but there's like 3 or 4 songs that I absolutely love, and then a lot of Frank's solo stuff I like a lot.
Yeah, I like it all. It's funny. I used to really like the Surfer Rosa, and like, but now it's like I'm starting to get more into like Trompe Le Monde and like the kind of the later stuff, because it's like a lot more fun.
Yeah,
I don't know. It got a lot more punk rock as it went. I was like,
know.
oh, this is kind of cool. So, yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, Teenager of the Year, I love that, and that has I think it's Freedom Rock, and that's like my favorite Frank Black song. So it's a good song.
Oh, should I send Frank a link?
Oh yeah. Is Frank down?
Yeah, he is. Frank, I'll send you a link.
Well, Frank was saying, did we decide? Oh, he did say earlier. Okay, my goodness. I'm sorry, Frank. Now I feel bad. All right. Let's see. Keith said, I was a weird hybrid of a jock and nerd, played sports, read comics, and played D&D in the 80s. I would sometimes beat myself up and take my lunch money. That's so silly. Keith, that needs to be a comic. Oh my gosh. That needs to be a comic. Can you imagine? A comic.
Like, just get mad at yourself, like, you stupid nerd, punch yourself in the head.
Yeah, it's a
How do you take your own lunch money though?
Yeah, it's a comic like where you have like this guy who's an athlete and he's kind of a jerk and he's insecure, and then he keeps bumping into this kid who's him. And stealing his own lunch money. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it, Keith. That's material. There's your 8-page story, Keith. Because Keith was talking about wanting to work on a short comic, and I was a little jealous when he mentioned a short comic.
Oh, Corey says he was kind of like that too.
Beating himself up for his own.
Corey says,
money?
I was a bit of a mishmash too: sports, comics, cards, rock climbing, etc. Just whatever was fun.
Here's the thing. By high school, I was the kid who, like, I'm kind of surprised I didn't get beat up a lot. Because, like, I got beat up a lot.
At what point were you into, like, punk and stuff?
What's up? So I got really into punk rock, like, junior high.
Okay, so maybe
and my life changed. And I made friends, and I gained confidence, and then I started to just crap talk jocks. Oh, snap. Oh, you guys, I don't know if you guys are ready for this coolness, but...
What up, homies?
Oh,
what up, my nerds?
Yes. How's it going, brother? How you doing, Frank?
I'm good. I'm all right. I was working on a page on the Corey comic.
Oh, cool.
Adam and Keith. And Keith said I should redraw the whole page. Now I'm sad.
Is that what he said?
No. He gave me some tips. Right now I'm tired. I'm gonna leave it for now because I've been working on this for a couple of hours. I can look at it tomorrow. I just wanted to finish it before I came on.
Yeah, understandable.
But I'm gonna save my file so I don't forget.
So Keith said, I would defriend my nerdy friends from my jock friends. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Like, so by high school, I did have a few jock friends that were, would hang out with us. And that helped. But I also would do things that were like really weird things to freak out guys who were bullies, and they wouldn't mess with me. So.
Oh, Frank, I was going to tell you, I tended to notice as I was playing back a couple of streams that it might just be on my end, but it seems like your microphone tends to be kind of quieter than others. Have you guys noticed that, or does Frank sound quieter to you guys?
Frank's mic?
Yeah.
Hello,
I have
test. 1, 2, 3.
I think it's just that Frank has like a jazz voice.
I talk low sometimes.
It might be just that you're talking low.
Yeah, because I feel like Frank is like the jazz radio announcer on NPR.
I can use my Truckle Livestream voice. Welcome to the Truckle Creative Cast. Hello, fellas. What are you up to today? What's shaking?
I just wanted to let you know because I noticed, like, I was watching one back and it was like, obviously people just couldn't even hear what you were saying. So it was like people were talking over. It's like I can't even tell what you're saying.
Was it that low, or was it because people were talking? Like,
Keith.
No, it was like you were interjecting. You were like adding to the conversation, but it was. I think you might have just been speaking quiet. That it just didn't really come across.
Keith is really funny. He's saying he used his Trapper Keeper as a shield from their insults. I like this talk.
Well, I talk low sometimes. I've been told I mumble, so maybe it was.
Have you thought about like mixing that with hip hop, like maybe
you? I don't know any hip hop.
Frank, what's your favorite Jim Lujan film so far that you've watched? Actually, I was surprised that you and Anna watched. Didn't you and Anna watch Pleasure Beast?
Yes, we watched it
in preparation
together
for the interview, right?
Well, I'd seen it before, and she hadn't seen it. So we watched it like right before the interview, and she used this site where you can watch a YouTube channels together and talk in the chats.
Mm-hmm.
So we were watching it, and I was like telling her, like, oh, this is a scene, this happens and that happens. Like, this is coming up. Like, this is Josh's scene, and this is my cameo, and so.
Did you have a cameo?
I had a visual cameo, not a. I didn't speak.
Oh, I missed it.
You have to look for the goggles.
Yeah, don't tell me because I'll watch it again and I'll try to find it.
Did you also see the little Scott shout out?
I didn't see it.
I think multiple times.
Well, it was I know at the end, like at the end credits, there was like a shout out to the Artcasters. I saw that, but I know Jim put Cirque 22, but I keep missing that every time I see it. So I need to go.
That's kind of the fun. Another thing that's fun about Lujan's, is like you catch new things every time. I need to rewatch them again just to see his characters re-showing up. Because he's made so many cartoons that it's like I'll kind of see like a funny background character and then be like, wait a minute, that's so-and-so, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna answer Keith's remark. He said he didn't say redraw it. I know, Keith. I was joking.
He's like, I didn't say redraw it. I said burn it. I mean,
I said erase it all.
All right. Does that look like an angry teenager?
It's not on the screen.
That.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks angry. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Glad.
Did you have the crazy cat tattoo all the way back then?
I don't think I did, but that'll be inaccurate. Whatever. I did have a couple tats, or a tat. I didn't have the crazy cat one. There are occasional mistruths unintentionally within the comic. But I think it's about as true as one can possibly be. Like this is something I learned actually about doing memoir, is like you kind of can't totally tell, like it's impossible to fully get it right. You know?
I do, yeah. And I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like sometimes you have to consolidate or like combine things together. I don't know if you've done that, but
most of it I haven't.
Unless you just like spent unless you did like a 2,000 page book.
Yeah,
I mean, have to kind of skip certain things, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've done more like editing, like where I've just kind of selectively picked moments that fit like the sort of story arc that I want.
Right.
But it's like I haven't mixed too many things, but I have had moments like where I'd write the script and then I'd like show it to my wife or like to like my sisters who like are my secret editors before I send it to editors. And they'd be like, so and so wasn't there at this time, and I'm like, what? Like in my head, like I've actually mixed two memories, you know, where it's like clear as day in my head, but it's like two different events that like my brain just convinced me happened at one. And similarly, I've had people be like, say something didn't happen away, and then we talk through it and they'd be like, oh, they had that happen to them, you know? Or they're like, oh, that did happen, but like I had mixed memories or whatever. It's funny how fickle memory is. It's like very tough to like, yeah, like autobio is a really interesting exercise because it definitely makes you realize like, I don't know, like the pursuit of truth is, I think, a noble one, but like, I don't know how possible it is, you know? It's as true as I could get it.
I've done things where I've just combined like two girlfriends into the same person just because it became like super convoluted that it was like, I don't know, it just for the sake of the story, it just was more straightforward if it just was one person throughout. You know what I mean? From beginning, middle, and end. I don't know, things like that I've done it for some stuff, but that's all like stuff that I never really followed through on completing.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Or like combining friends at times, like one friend did this and one friend did that, but I'll just kind of turn that into just like one character.
Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense.
So there's not like 48 characters in the story.
I mean, it depends too, because like with Jacobs, it's a totally different thing. Where Jacobs is like semi autobiographical, like it's got elements of autobiography, but it's total fiction. And so in that, like, there's a bunch of different things. Like I'm mixing my friends with the main character, and then the main character is also pulling from a bunch of my experiences, and like the relationship is pulling like you were talking about from like multiple people.
Yeah.
And then it was weird because a lot of it was very like much from my life, but then like it was my first graphic novel, and that one I didn't really pre-script. Like I had a loose outline, and then what was weird was halfway through the book I got to know the characters better and was like, they can't have the ending I plotted. Like I had a totally different ending plotted out, and then the characters told me different. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh.
But it was weird, but it's like, it just was like, oh, the characters, it actually has to go this way. And it was like kind of a heartbreaking experience where it was like,
wait, do you mean in real life, the people that you know told you, or you're saying that the way characters seem to just like write themselves?
No, just as I was writing it, it just didn't seem right. Like it didn't fit the characters.
Like by the time you got to that point, it just didn't fit what you thought it was.
Yeah, like no, just like my original intention for the ending was just out of character for the characters that I wrote. Right. And I was like, that just can't. It was kind of a weird thing where it was like forced into an ending that I didn't want because of the characters. And I was like, wow, that's weird. I'd never had that happen before. That's not going to happen so much with this because this is all pre-scripted, you know. But like when you have like a kind of looser framework when you're writing, like that is, I'd say that's the most fun element of like writing it with like a very loose outline and kind of just going wild. Because like there is like this weird thing where the characters will take over and kind of guide you, but it could also get really dangerous because the characters could lead you on like a 20 graphic novel journey, you know. Keith said Adam gets a no prize if he can weave the tattoo into continuity. What? And then Corey said, I don't think anyone would believe anything in my auto bio. I get accused of exaggerating because I'm a fairly unlucky physically, and reality seems unreal. I think Corey should do an auto bio that would just be called the like 1,000 times I should have died. Because like Corey's had like, I don't know, it's just like a countless near-death experience.
Maybe the 1,000 times I nearly died. It almost sounds like you're saying.
Oh, should have.
Like you're saying you want him to have died.
Yeah, Corey should write a book about how I should die. That's right, Corey. No, this is one of the notorious things that I do is I usually word things in the worst way, where it could be taken very terribly. But no, I think could have died would be a better way to phrase it. But yeah, Corey's lucked out, man. He's unluckily lucky. I don't know if that makes sense. It's funny. I'm going to be going to visit Corey. Probably like my family is going to go up to stay a little bit closer to where they're at, and it'll be cool for me because it's like I haven't done like a vacation even for like a weekend in like a long time. Like I don't really plan or do vacations a lot.
Okay.
But anyhow, Corey was like, "Oh, we should go kayaking," and I was like, "I don't know, man," because I was thinking of the area. I'm thinking it's California. There's sharks, and it's Corey.
Are there bears?
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of bears in that area, but there is like a kayaking bear that has its eyes on Corey's. There might have been one that followed him, right? You know what I mean?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah. Did we lose Adam? Is Adam still there? I think we lost
He's
Adam.
muted.
I just had to mute for a minute.
No worries, man.
Oh, hey, Adam, I saw a dwarf today and I thought of Ted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He had arms and legs. So just
Well, I hope in a good way you thought of Ted.
Who had arms and legs? What?
He'd reminded. I saw a little person.
Like, but in like a positive way. It's like, oh, it wasn't like a negative thing, right?
No, like I'm not that negative at him. Like, look at that! Look at that freak.
Okay, so
it reminded me of your.
In a good way.
Good. Yes.
Guys, careful. I got some friends with certain disabilities that I probably wouldn't want to talk about on stream because they might listen to the show. But yeah, I get it. Let's see. Whew. What do we got? What do we got going here? We got Keith saying the Fail Guy theme song seems appropriate. And then Corey said exactly you'd be the safest person because I'm the pain magnet. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about this. Have you guys thought about that?
The Fail Guy or the Fall Guy with the images?
I think he's Fail Guy, or maybe I'm just tired.
Let me see.
If he said Fail Guy, it was a typo. If he said Fall Guy, then I'm really sleepy.
I see Fall Guy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he said Fall. Okay.
Frank, I resign my reading chats duties and give them to you because I am beyond saving here. Did you guys hear the top of this thing? I was kind of grumpy today. I don't know why. I was really grumpy.
No, I just got on because I was doing that page and Keith messaged me that you were on. It's like, oh, okay, I'll go check it out.
That's funny, Keith. There was a lot of funny stuff though. I mean, I was grumpy at the beginning of the cast because I think Keith even made a joke, and I was just like, "What are you joking about, man? What?" Like, I just like was snappy, like just I don't know what the hell's going on with my brain because I'm really sleepy. But at the same time, there's a lot of fun conversation, and at some point, Keith said you were like Hydra, and I thought that was awesome. Yeah. Because you're everywhere, which is awesome. It's a compliment.
Oh, I was just wondering because I'm hard to kill.
No, like I think, Frank, you're one of the best people online. So there's that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there's a reason I modded you, dude.
Yay! And that because I bugged you.
It's a mix, like I don't think I would have modded somebody I didn't like, You're a reliable dude and, have a good heart.
That's why I was making sure to drop links before I came on so people can check out the stuff.
Hell yeah, dude. I do feel like I need to have some kind of drop or something. I don't know, Adam might know how to do this. I need to come up with a way to do audio drops. So whenever I get kind of corny when I'm sleepy and I'm saying stuff like, "You're a great guy, Frank," I can have violins start playing or something like you know what I mean? Like really sentimental music. And then I can just move really close like that.
You're using OBS, right?
Yeah.
Seems like you could do it with OBS pretty easily. I guess depending on how many you wanted to have.
Yeah, I'd have to figure out the audio settings because right now my audio is going from this mic to StreamYard, and then my OBS is just filtering video. So I don't know if I've done audio from OBS. I feel like I know a guy with a kayak that could probably show me not only how to do that, but probably how to, at the push of a button, turn my entire stream into a transformer.
Well, if you just added, you know how to add a thing in OBS, right? Like add an image or a media source or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just add a sound file. Just add 10 different sound files in there and play it.
Oh, interesting. You know what's terrible about this though? If I follow this, I'm going to become like a shock jock. Guys are going to be on here. There's going to be fart noises and a horn and all sorts of crazy stuff.
It's going to be like
you say it like it's a bad thing.
Howard Stern.
I think of myself as like a Howard Stern, basically, of live streaming in a way.
Are you?
I mean, I like it or not, I'm similar to a Howard Stern. Not the pornographic stuff. I think the primary thing people associate Howard Stern with is pornography and stuff.
I don't associate him with that, but it might be because I listen to his. Yeah.
People who actually listen to Howard Stern realize that's not a significant part of the show.
Yeah.
But just.
I just think that because I see clips and stuff, so he just he'll ask inappropriate questions to get responses. That's all I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's a pretty killer interviewer.
Yeah, he's really good.
I mean, like him or not, the guy has had some pretty legendary interviews and gotten some crazy information out of people. I feel like I really enjoy Mark Maron, and I feel like Mark Maron would be nobody if it weren't for Howard Stern. I feel like Maron's kind of taking what Stern was doing, but kind of bringing it to a different level. But I feel like I don't think he could do what he's doing without Stern, because Stern paved the, or maybe it's a similar thing to what I was talking about a couple streams back with American Splendor, where it's I'm not necessarily even super influenced by American Splendor, but they definitely he's definitely treaded a path that I'm heading down as well, And whether I like it or not, like there's a ton of similarities. I mean, in like theme and topic and subject matter and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I could see what you're doing is a little sterny. I don't know. I guess
I've always like from early on, I've just, you know, I have kind of a Howard Stern, Andy Kaufman, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just have sort of a controversial, like it or not. I cannot help but be controversial.
It's kind of fun though.
So
I mean,
it's a question of to what extent do I embrace that, and like because Howard Stern will like take advantage. He'll like, you know, he'll kind of play it up. He'll like encourage these like disputes and stuff. You know.
Yeah, I mean, your channel was the first like YouTube beef I've had, and not you, but just like the whole stuff with Brett. And I was like, that's kind of funny. It was strangely kind of fun, even though it was like
that's
annoying. I was like, this is actually kind of fun. Like, you know what was
really
the funnest part of it, Adam? Was when you showed the clip of him just totally, because up until then I felt kind of bad. Like I was like, maybe I just like interrupted the guy. And I this is the thing about my personality is I'll tend to like, even if like I have a conversation where I'm completely reasonable and the other person's a lunatic, I will feel bad afterwards. Like, did I get something wrong there and stuff? It'll take me a while to figure out. Like, and I've had this happen on streams before. And then I'll like re-listen to it and be like, no, I was okay there. Like I was making perfect sense. And this person's just like completely dodgy. So anyhow, I was kind of going through that back and forth of like, is this guy like, was I rude? Like blah, 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 like what rage quit and stuff like that. And then when you showed that video, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is like a complete liar. Like, yeah. And it just, but I also got this kind of strange joy from it because I was like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny, you know, like, I don't know. It was hilarious. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if I could tolerate a ton of that, you know, but
we got Jeff Lafferty and Peter Palmieri in the chat.
Jeff, all right, and Pete? Jeff, you got to hop on, buddy. Chats. At some point, we got to get you on, man. I'm hoping. I'm dying here. I'm exhausted, and I'm trying to get through a panel. So, like, the more the merrier. If you want to hop on, bud. Just to keep me awake. Keep us.
I like Corey's response. My mom thinks I'm a catch. My mom thinks I'm cool. And Chris K is here.
Chris Kawagua is here. That's cool.
What a full house. Good. Earlier, Keith was saying I have a DJ's voice. I don't know if I always have a DJ's voice. It might just be my the coronavirus infesting my throat that gives me kind of a deeper voice.
You do have like kind of a cool raspy voice anyway, but with the coronavirus, now you're starting to sound like one of those late night phone lines. You know,
I was like,
call in the 80s.
I was taking a bath, just trying to relax and rest, and I was like, my voice was just low and crazy and raspy, and it was just like I was like singing certain songs and like saying I was just like playing around with my voice because it sounded so fun and different. I was like singing these songs in this like low voice, and it just like before my vocal cords kind of cleared up, it just sounded almost like a Darth Vader voice, or you know, it had like a different quality to it.
That's awesome. Let's see.
I don't know what you mean, Adam.
Pete's here. Calm down, Frank. What does that mean? Oh, Peter Palmieri. How's it going, buddy?
Wait, what did I do?
I don't know. Is there some beef? Okay. See, Adam, we gotta get the
There's
beef.
What's the beef? Who's got beef with?
Oh, okay, yeah. There's some old beef between me and Pete.
Really?
Back from the Orchestra's group, he deleted one of my comments for posting too much.
Wait. Peter, should I throw you on here too so we can hash this beef out, you guys?
That's what Jeff is talking about.
Adam has convinced me to just become an internet edgelord. This is what I do now.
I don't know about an edgelord, but
I'm joking, but I will say the invitation's out there, Peter, if you want to hop on and obviously I don't think you guys. Do you guys really have beef, or was that?
No, we don't.
Oh, I couldn't tell. I honestly couldn't tell if you were joking or not.
Yeah, it's tough for me too because here's the thing: I can read people okay, but here I'm looking at a camera and you guys are over there. So if you're being sarcastic, I have no visual sign, and I'm also slightly autistic. So I'm like, man, I'm just going to take everybody super literally, and they could be like, while they're talking, and I wouldn't know because I'm seeing nothing, you know. 2 men enter a Thunderdome. 2 men enter. And Chris Caligu said, "I can make my voice sound like Batman first thing in the morning, and then no time else." I don't know if I've heard. Chris, I don't know if I've heard you do Batman, but now I kind of want to hear it. That'd be hilarious. All right, guys, we've passed the hour point. I always take a break during that hour. So it's usually about 20 seconds. So usually by the time anyone starts a sentence, I'm back to interrupt them. But before I come back to interrupt you guys, why don't you guys let everybody know where to find your books and all of that stuff? Of course, after they pre-ordered Jacob's Apartment and bought 2 stories. All right, you guys, tell everybody where to find your work. And also, Adam, I want you to tell everybody where they can watch our crazy internet dramas.
Oh, yeah. I think the last one was right here, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, but, like 2 nights ago.
The other side of it, you got to go to...
It was a blood sport, you guys. Like, there was...
It was a blood sport.
Yeah, I mean,
it was.
Was that the one where I left?
Yeah. Frank left because
actually it got pretty intense. It was it wasn't. It just was.
Oh yeah, because
really long. It was like just me and Josh were in our own world. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, you're debating about evolution and the Big Bang and like
anarchy and Christianity and authoritarianism and just everything.
And at one point, it was
like,
just
I gotta go.
Yeah, at one point there were so many fists thrown, and some of them had just like Frank got hit a couple times. He's like, I gotta go. This sucks.
I annihilated John. I totally annihilated him.
Rewatch it, guys. But I would say, like, when you watch it, like, keep a napkin close because you might have to cover your screen when, like, just blood sprays everywhere as I'm just completely destroying Adam's arguments. All right. I did get crushed in actually, especially the first debate, the first thing we talked about, because I'm just ill prepared for that conversation. So there's points where I think I was talking about things moving when it should be things sort of stretching or expanding. And I just, in my brain, like had a block. It's fun to watch. You guys should check it out, but it's brutal 8 hours. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. Frank, Adam, debate. I'm joking. Just Adam, plug your stuff.
Where can we find your stuff, Adam?
Adam Lore on YouTube. And you can get my comic book at indieplanet.com. It's INDY. Why?
Because I love you.
Maybe because probably INDIE was taken, maybe. I don't know. But indieplanet.com, you can get Totoro Comics #1. There's a uncensored version and a more of a family-friendly kind of PG. What would you say, Frank? You've read the family-friendly version. Is it...
yeah. That's
it's not a G rating or anything, but it's
more safe.
It's something your mom could read, right?
Yeah.
A person's mom in general. I mean, anyways, indieplanet.com. If you just type in Toad Road or my name Adam Lore, you can find it. And
there's a link in the chat. I dropped it before I came on.
Oh, nice.
So if you scroll back up, there's a link to Toad Road comics on Indie Planet. There's also a link to my link tree and a link to my Gumroad. I uploaded the PDF version of the 3rd mini comic up on Gumroad today. So if you want to get the digital comics, the digital bundles, they're are there on Gumroad, and I think there's a couple of comics you can get for free, and there's others that you can buy, and every little helps.
I was going to add just real quick, if you want to catch up on some of the, I've been doing a lot of live streaming, not the past few days because I've been really sick, but this is kind of like one half of the story. You got to see the other. You got to see my channel to see the other side of the discussion. There's more to it than meets the eye. But definitely, Josh's debate with Brett Keane is solid gold. That whole episode was solid gold. We've had a few gold nuggets, I would say. So there's definitely some stuff worth going back and checking out.
Yeah, also watch the follow-up to that debate. It's pretty amazing too. And Adam's very kindly time-stamped it, which is much more courageous and kind than I am with my videos. So,
well, for that one especially, Corey Kerr has a very good comment. I don't know if you want me to read it or if you'd like to read it.
Oh, go for it. Or I can.
Corey says, what I got, authoritarian dinosaurs live in the water, and the mainstream scientists don't want you to know that gay volcanoes cause the Big Bang, which isn't real, but radiates black hole secretions. That's pretty accurate. That was last time. That was what Josh and I were debating about.
Yeah,
gay volcanoes.
I don't remember that.
You really have to watch the episode to get into
about gayness.
I think we were talking about the right of those volcanows to express whatever sexuality they wanted to. Yeah.
We were talking about gay rights and minority rights.
Oh, because that had to be after I left because I don't remember any of that.
No.
Yeah, I think we went on for at least
if the volcano wants to be called they, we should call it they. I mean, what harm is it?
Oh, okay.
I'm joking. We're not going to get into pronouns.
That is a hilarious sentence right there.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys. So speaking of gay volcanoes, how are you guys doing?
Josh, we talked about offending people.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so.
Oh, I ended up streaming after all. I streamed with Shy Guy for.
I was gonna ask. I didn't get to check it out. So how'd it go? And who is Shy Guy? Tell us a little about him. Tease it.
Shy Guy is my mod, Dale.
Nice.
And so sometimes when Anna can't be on, I'll have him on.
Wait, is his name Dell?
Dell.
Like the funky Homo sapien, like that. Dell.
Dale.
Dale. Okay, sorry. Okay. I was excited for a second. I know that's terrible, but I was just like, I really like Deltron, so I could get into that. Okay, so
Corey Kerr says, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying he fills in when Anna can't make it, or sometimes if we just want to have him on, he'll come on. He was the one that was asking if we were gonna stream, and like, oh, well, I was gonna take the day off, but if you wanna come on, and he got me excited about streaming. So all right, let's go stream.
Nice.
And I got a phone call while streaming from my kids, and I ignored the call. So if you want to see me ignoring my kids, check out that stream.
Oh my goodness, that's horrible, Frank. Horrible. No, I'm just kidding.
I tried to leave right after, but they was showing stuff. He like, what the hell? I want to go talk to my kids.
He's like, screw your kids. I'm on the stream. Like, that's. I'm just kidding. It's crazy, you guys. It's a knockdown, drag out fight between Dale and Frank on Tarako Creative Cast, in which blood was shed so that he could talk to his kids. because Frank's a good dad, and he's not going to let anything stand in the way.
Yeah, I did hang up on them on stream, but I need to go. I don't want this call on the stream, so I can't. Kids.
Well, I was trying to keep up with the comments just because I think last time I was on, I think.
Yeah, we lost. I felt bad too because
we kind of alienated some of the viewers because we were just so caught up in our discussion.
Yeah,
and
that's when I was communicating through notes with the chat.
Although, as I
even,
said,
we even lost Frank.
Yeah, as I
screen, he was like, "Screw this! I'm just gonna leave and go get in the chat."
As I said though, on the stream, I said like the weird thing about this though is like I think like people like rewatching those because like I've had that experience where like that got way more views. Not that it got a ton of views, but compared to my regular streams, it got like way more views. So I was like, okay. So but I do apologize to those in the chats. I will say the replays were pretty cool for it. So apparently people like crazy crap, or they just watched it for Jim and then were like, I'm out. But yeah, I do want to pay more attention to chats because last time I think Jake was in there for like an hour and we didn't even notice his comments. And it's like Jake's like loyal, shows up all the time, comes on the stream. I always invite him on. I just felt really bad because I was like, dude, I didn't even see. Because again, like you were saying, Adam, I was just like so sucked in the conversation.
Yeah. Well, real quick, I wanted to read. Oh, and Peter said he's willing to come on if there's a link.
Sweet. I will throw a link to you, Peter. Peter, I'm going to send it to you on Facebook Messenger, okay?
And Corey said if gay volcanoes doesn't end up in the title, ...
And I want to be really clear because we respect volcanoes. And I just wanted to say we're talking about the volcanoes are very happy. That's all we're trying to say here.
Is it?
Okay. Let's see here.
Adam, don't rock the
boat. Okay, what do we got here? We've got. Also, my brain is half coherent right now.
All right,
so
Frank.
Peter, it took me like 20 years.
Here we go.
This to you.
Put up your fisticuffs.
Oh snap! Is there going to be a fight? A battle?
I come on to draw, and everyone's like, "Should we have Frank on? Because he's a bully. Frank's here. Let's fight him." Like,
I don't think
Frank's like the Fonz, you know. Like you're so cool, Frank. That like when you're gone, we're just all like, "Oh man, I don't know if I can handle Frank because he's awesomeness."
Frank, I don't think everyone said that. I think Joshua said that.
I was kind of joking because I liked the What's Up nerds. I like the everyone? What's Up nerds. Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, and I was waiting for the link, and there's just the conversation just went on to how I call everyone nerds and
well, I wasn't trying to say anything controversial. My point was just that I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with being bisexual or homosexual, so that was just the point I was making.
Yeah, I agree with that.
About the nerds?
No, about the gay volcanoes.
I didn't even hear that part. So like,
you didn't hear about the gay volcanoes?
No, I left. So
guys,
I was like after.
I will.
Oh, Frank, I was talking about what because Corey just made a comment about it just now that I was talking about. Sorry.
Oh no, that yes, I saw that, but what you're talking about.
You guys really do have to watch. Yeah, you have to watch yesterday's stream though to know what we're talking about with those volcanoes. Because
that's what I was saying. I left at that.
It's
time,
a really.
So
I'm just saying it's a really salient issue in our era, and it's like I think we fully dissected the issue. Don't you think, Adam? I mean, I feel like
gay volcanoes.
Yeah, I feel like before, like if you were to not have listened to last night or 2 nights ago's stream, like the stream before this. You might have like a small concept of that idea, but like after watching that full stream, you'd be like, oh, I completely get it. Like, you know, so just letting you guys know if you're confused at all, just like watch all 8 hours of that stream and let us know your thoughts. Frank versus Peter Bloodsport. Oh, let me know if Peter hops on too, because I haven't seen him.
You sent him a link, right?
Yes, in on Facebook Messenger. So Peter, let me know if you got it.
I know
Yeah,
Peter streamed today, but I didn't catch it.
Who streamed? What?
Peter streamed in the morning.
Yeah, I think Peter streams at times that I'm not on because I'd love to hop on him. How's it going? Peter Palmieri of Retro, who is joining us. Oh, I don't see a visual. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to come on, dude.
Josh, if you do get a soundboard, the Kumite song from Bloodsport would be great to have.
That would be awesome. All right, you guys. And you know what's great about this? When we have 4 people, I can actually have a better view of my art. So this is really the reason why I like having people on. It's because I'm really egotistical and I want to see my art better. I'm just kidding. Peter, how's it going? Why don't you let everybody know a little bit about yourself and where they can find your work and what you're going to be, or if you're working on stuff whilst we stream.
Not at the moment. I was actually to crash, but so you were on. Yeah, it's
Nice.
I've been working for 30 years, so mostly a
Peter, you're turning
doing a bunch of things now.
Peter, you're turning into a robot right now. I don't know if it's like the connection.
Yeah.
Adam, are you hearing that, or is that just me?
Maybe you're cutting out, Peter.
I hear it as well.
Does somebody want to introduce Peter?
This is Peter Palmieri. He is working on Retro. He's been working in the biz for 30 years. Check out his YouTube channel. He just reached 1,000 subs, and it's still growing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Go watch his stuff. He has some great guests on, and he usually co-hosts with Alley Cat. So check out his stuff.
And Peter, you recently completed your comic, right? Retro.
I'm working on it.
I thought you got, for some reason, I thought you got to a certain stage where you had completed.
He completed the table of
got
contents.
last page to finish inks on, and a couple of pinups and to do, but close.
Okay.
Waiting for to send it to the print.
Oh man, I really can't hear anything. I'm sorry.
Oh, I totally understood everything he just said.
Okay. Can you rehash it?
Yeah, he did some pinups. He has a couple extra things he needs to do. He's almost completed on it.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking
and
April.
And he inked Aquaman with the hook hand.
Yeah.
For DC.
Oh, nice. Did you? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Peter has been a veteran of inking for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Peter, just so you know, you're cutting out like really, really bad.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like a little like these weird little moments of like it'll kind of, I'll try to do the Sam for you. Kind of like on our end, it'll be like I'm working on and it's like, and then it robots out and stuff. It's kind of
it's top secret that the government's not letting us hear.
You guys,
secret projects that Peter is working on.
Speaking of high controversy, like on this show,
it's been active.
Right now, we are live watching as the FBI is trying to crack down on like Frank's comics because they're so awesome. They can't let them out in the world, and so they're trying to interrupt this feed as we are streaming. I'm just saying.
Keith says like Max Headroom.
So,
hey Peter,
go check out my Gumroad and my Etsy before the government takes them down.
Yeah, you guys.
Pete, you might try to just do audio only. That might help if you have like a bandwidth limitations or something like that, if that's what's causing the issue.
Sometimes too, like to sort of quit out and then hop back in might help.
Sound great now?
What's up?
Go ahead, Pete.
Do I sound better now?
Oh, it sounds a lot better.
Yeah. I can hear you a lot.
You look fantastic. You've been working out.
Those rock solid abs.
You're built like a rock.
Oh man, I don't know if we have Peter.
Oh, did we lose Pete?
I was all excited about expanding the art page and stuff like that, but Peter, you gotta like I don't know, maybe try to quit out and then join again, because like we're not able to hear anything you're saying, dude. Or we hear things, but it's like
quiet.
Yeah, how are Pete and Frank gonna have fisticuffs?
I was really hoping for like a real battle here. Actually, I was all excited to catch up with Peter. I haven't talked to him in a while. So, well,
yeah, same here. I know he streamed, but I didn't catch it. I just saw
Jeff was saying Pete's been shadow banned. This is true. The shadow's literally like clouding the airwaves. Alas, hopefully he'll hop back on and have a clear connection. I've seen that happen in the past, you guys. So anyhow, Peter is a nice dude as well. Like one of the nicest guys in comics. I think I did this with Adam too. Sometimes I make the mistake of like thinking people go back to BIPT days, but from what I recall, I think Peter might actually be one of the guys that has like followed what we do since those days, from what I recall. I could be wrong.
I think so, because didn't you guys talk about that on one of the? It was like the 400th or 300th anniversary or the 300th show of Artcasters. I think you guys talked about that.
I feel like he's been
Pete
in that
was
circle.
On the first iteration.
Yeah, he used to be on Artcasters back when it was this strange fellow named Jeff Lafferty. I'm joking, by the way. Jeff is in the chats right now, and he's not a strange fellow. He's an incredible dude, and you guys should all be subscribed to his YouTube channel. And I miss talking to Jeff. Jeff actually got me into streaming. That's kind of his show was the first one that I kind of hung out on and was like, this is a lot of fun.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, actually, me too.
And I liked that Jeff, like one of the things that I like about doing these live streams is kind of like similar to what Jeff was doing, where, he just kind of shoot from the hip, talk, and like hang out with people while working on art. I'm like, I love that. I love doing that. And much credit to Jeff. And anytime, Jeff, that you want to hop on or anything like that, you're always welcome, bud.
Jeff made me a household name.
Yeah. Only so that he could get in a fist fight with you, I think. Like, if Jeff comes on stream, that's going to be it. It'll be Frank Salazar versus Jeff Lafferty.
If Jeff comes on and is like, one of you has to go, it's oh, sorry, Frank. Get up.
We really do have to get a like a wrestling, like a kayfabe wrestling thing going. Frank, you and I have talked about that for a while. We
don't want to say that publicly. Yeah. That's what we talk about behind the scenes, you guys. Come on now.
Yeah, but I mean, this is like that back end show for like the deep dive wrestling fans
before.
You're not supposed to announce the kayfabe on the show.
Oh, that's true. You guys.
I think when we did when Jim was on the Toronto, Gary was in the chat, so I did a little bit of that.
That was very funny.
Towards Gary.
Gary's really good at playing. Gary, I envy Gary a lot because I feel like he's one of the most articulate guys I know. I don't know if that makes sense. But he's also really good at like playing along.
He speaks good.
Sense.
Gary speak good.
Gary talk good.
He talk gooder than me.
Talk very good.
Oh, I thought Peter was going to come right back.
I thought he was too. I don't know what's happening with his connection, so I might have to like check with him on Messenger.
Did it ban him?
I don't think so.
Let me see. All right. Whew. Oh my goodness. I'm starting to feel the 2-hour mark. Have we hit it? We're close, right?
Yeah, you got about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let me check the chat.
That's good. So, have you guys ever had one of those days where you're just super grumpy? Like, period? Just frustrated and grumpy?
Wait, I think I see something in the private chats, unless it's Pete. It might be Pete.
Yeah,
I'll pop out and come back in. So that was 148. Okay. It's 153. So that's a few minutes ago.
Well, maybe he's having internet connectivity issues, you know?
Ooh.
Frank, did you sabotage Peter because you're angry?
It's my master plan.
You're like, that's what you get for deleting my post.
I shall never forget it, Pete. I don't care if it has been a year.
And then it turns into the tattoo show again, where you've got like tattoos of like revenge tattoos. You're finally able to like cross it out with a tattoo gun. Finally, I've reached.
Check this out, Pete. I'm waiting for you.
Oh snap! That's that's like 5 pounds there, man. Oh, dude, you guys. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. No, I don't know if people in the chats were prepared for like the insane workout video of Frank Salazar.
I was like, I might as well work out my arm. So nerds, hey, what you up to? Drawing.
I actually did my workout today. I was so excited, you guys. I was so proud.
That's why I decided to start picking it up again, because I know you were talking about it. And I was like, oh man, I haven't done any workouts in a while. And I'm
hell yeah.
I need to get back to it.
That's good. We gotta have like a nerd workout group.
Yeah.
Where we're
everyone tunes in. What the heck is going on? I'm so scared.
Let's Keith said let's crowdfund Frank's exercise videos.
Just calling everyone a nerd.
I could see it. You could be like, what's up, nerds? We're gonna pump some iron. Oh, Peter just messaged me. Maybe he's restarting his computer. Hold on. Just rebooted.
Oh,
Good job, Peter. That's what I would do. If I were Peter, I'd restart my computer and get rid of that malware that Frank put on it so that I could that it would just shut off. Frank, you might be defeating your evil master plan. I should mention, I think that Peter is actually a mod as well. So you guys could have like a mod off.
Oh yeah.
A mod like monkey mod?
Oh
mod
snap.
Like mod music? What is that called? Mod?
Well,
what would
like
you call that? Just like a subculture, I guess.
Mod like a moderator, but also, did you know Rod Stewart was mod at one point?
What?
Not kidding. Not kidding.
No,
I found
didn't
this
know.
out. Yeah, if you're ever bored, it's a funny rabbit hole, but just look
Like,
up
was
Rod.
like his early music actually cool?
Yeah, because he was in a band called, I think, The Faces or something.
What?
They're actually good. It's weird.
Huh.
It's weird. It's like jangly, just mod music.
Because I mean, my impression of Rod Stewart is that he's like totally lame.
Yeah, anybody who grew up when we did would have
Like,
that impression.
I mean, they're not like poorly composed songs or anything. He can, they're well written, but it's just that in poor taste, in bad taste.
Yeah. So check out Rod the Mod. Just like at some point, like maybe when this is done, just Google it and you'll be shocked.
Wow.
It's insane. But yeah, he was like a legit, so he was like this really respected frontman for like the mod band. It was like, I think the Who was like in love with them. Like all these bands in the mod scene were just like, Rod Stewart's amazing. I think there's even stories of him like trying out as like the singer for all these legendary like rock bands. And like, they were just like, man, he was like the best guy we ever heard sing. And then out of nowhere, he's like, I'm going to write romance ballads and like, screw all this. I'm taking the paycheck. And, but like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I didn't understand why old people were so obsessed with Rod Stewart when I was a kid growing up. And then I was like, it was one of those moments of just like, wow, I didn't understand. I didn't know that he was actually kind of rad at one point. It's crazy.
Welcome back, Peter.
Welcome back, Peter.
Do we have you? We do. It was a little clippy, but continue. Talk to us, Peter.
We hear you, but you're a little muddy.
It's my crappy internet, my crappy Peter.
Hey, I'm
crappy Peter.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing you a little more this time.
Yeah. I heard it's my crappy internet, it's my crappy Peter. But I think it cut off where it said computer.
Oh man. Frank's firing shots. What is going on here?
Hold on. All right, Pete, let's do this.
So, Peter, why don't you let us know how Retro's coming along?
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
I hope we get to their printer in April. Right now, I got the last page to finish. I got a couple of pinups. I got colors, which I'll be doing, lettering, and book production. And then all the merchandise I'll be doing for all the people that pledged to the Kickstarter way back when.
Nice. And what time is it where you're at right now? Because I think it's probably like super crazy hours, right?
3 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 3 in the morning. I'm just chasing deadlines for the past couple of months. I've been getting a lot more trucks and stuff, which is great. But I had to wait. So I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'm like, I'm exhausted. So I'm getting control of my schedule right now. And, I'm going to be focusing on retro. I also got a graphic novel. It's like 80 left to ink on that. And a couple of small things. Some
nice
anthology stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think, Peter, what I need to do is somehow convince you to just like ink like half of Two Stories Book 2 for free. Would that be something you'd be interested in? Sorry, I'm joking. It'll give you good exposure. I've got like a ton. Here, let me open my wallet, and I'm just gonna pull out like I've got this exposure here, and I've got like tons of exposure. No, I wouldn't ask someone as talented at inking as you to ink something for free.
Exposure.
But man, I'm telling you, like,
Good to know.
I want a shorter comic, man. I want a shorter comic than the ones I've been doing. I need to do something.
We'll switch. You do mini comics. I'll do graphic novels.
Wouldn't that be interesting if just like out of nowhere you and I just like switched gears entirely?
And then I can be the graphic novel king.
Joshua Kemble, king of the mini comics.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like the next time you see Frank, his eyes are glowing red, and the next time you see me streaming, my eyes are just like sullen, and like it's like my soul's been sucked out, and Frank's just like, I don't know what happened to Josh. It's just crazy. But I've been making these graphic novels lately, and I'm like, I just can't do anything lately. I don't know what's going on.
Weird.
Like smoke, like floating out of my eyes.
Frank is doing a graphic novel with them.
Is that true?
Yeah. Right now we're like in the writing
The Goggle,
stage.
Captain Goggles, right?
Yes.
That's you and Anna? Yeah. Yeah, you're rocking a graphic novel.
Warp Anchor 7, is that what it's called?
Warp Anchor 7.
Hell
That
yeah.
is the name.
It's going to be good. It's co-written by Anna, right?
Yes.
Nice. And then is she doing some of the layouts and stuff too?
She might, since we're just kind of starting out, she might do some of the layouts, and I'll do like all the most of the art.
Cool. I'm looking forward to it. I try to convince everyone I know to do graphic novels, and then I have days like today where I'm like, I don't even want to convince myself to do graphic novels.
Actually, watching Jim's animations and how quickly he got such long stories out, I was like, man, maybe I'll, because I have some longer kind of graphic novel stuff that I want to do eventually, but it just seems like it's going to take 50 years to ever get that far. But I don't know, maybe I could get there faster. But
it's possible.
But just seeing how productive he is and how many full stories Jim has produced, it's like, oh shit, maybe I could do better. Maybe I could do more than I thought.
Well, and Jim and I, like, he's one of the people I was talking to right after Jacobs got signed, because he kind of he's known me since like I finished that book, you know, like, and right after I got it through, he was like kind of saying like, isn't it crazy how like you just kind of, we were both talking about just how weird it is that you just kind of in faith just do this stuff, and then you start collecting work, and then like you get rewarded for it. It's this weird thing where it's like it's really daunting as you're in it, and you kind of feel like it's going nowhere, and then like out of nowhere like stuff pops up because you've been making and trusting the gods of making stuff. I don't know, it's weird. Not saying that's how it works for everybody, but we were just mystified.
Making comics, not excuses. Yeehaw.
Damn right.
Now it's a lot of work. Definitely.
Yeah, it's a beast doing comics, but I do feel like the more you do, you start building up this like library, and then like you know, Jim, he just consistently stays working. Like I've never seen him not working on a animation, and he's got like crazy output, but like it's not like a big secret like how he's doing it. He just works on it all the time, you know. He just builds them, and I mean, he's a genius and he does them really well, but it's like I think his secret weapon is just loving working on the things and making them.
Yeah. Good stuff.
But yeah, I don't know. Like usually I'm like slightly motivational about that stuff, but like today was definitely one of those days where I was like, I just hate comics. I mean, I love them, but like, I don't know, man. Whew. I got to get through this page. I got to get into it so I'm not making crappy work. But yeah, have you, Peter, do you get days like that where you're just like absolutely despise comics?
I don't despise comics, but there are definitely times where you feel like it's like taking much longer and begging, and you're worried it's not as good as last. You just want to do your best work always.
Yeah.
And when you're not feeling it, it's really, it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to push through. For me, I'm not at a point where I feel like I can't work. Because there are definitely days where, like, if I'm like really not feeling it, I'm like, I'm gonna do more harm than good by working, you know. Today's not one of those days, but it's like I don't know. For some reason, when I hit the page, I was Mr. Grumpy McGee. That's actually my official name today, guys. So
you can do it.
You've had a cold though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, on and off for a while.
Is that, do you think maybe part of the reason why you're feeling that way?
No, I think it's just I think I'm just like mentally tired. I can't explain it because it's like I definitely feel up to working. It's just like, I don't know, like a mental exhaustion day, I guess.
Well,
Are you tired of looking at the same
Goggles
thing
has
over
a
and over again?
message for you, Josh.
No, I'm enjoying the comics and I want to hear Captain Goggles' message to me because I'm excited about that.
It's right there. Hang in there. Help
Damn
is on
right.
the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Captain Goggles. My life
Captain
is...
Goggles is ink your...
But actually, I don't mind. Like, I'm actually enjoying the process. Like, I wouldn't be working on it if I was like completely out of it. But It is one of those days of like just being kind of cynical for 3 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Which I guess is a little unusual. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's not, but I don't think I.
Biggest enemy is our brain.
Yes.
You know, and
the
best thing
the
to do.
That too, Frank. That too.
What did you say, Frank?
He said, "And Nazis." Like our biggest enemy is our brain, and he's like,
"Are you
Nazis.
going to bring up the Holocaust every time we have a conversation?"
Frank's goal is to mention that once, so my monetization always goes down to like the lower rung. Like I can get monetized, but just barely because that crawl is just like, wait a second. At some point, it's going to tell the algorithm like that the content on this channel is like.
Do you remember that joke, Frank, from Norm Macdonald's talking?
No. Don't ask for it, Adam. Don't ask for it.
See, Adam. Like,
no.
You get out. You get after me, and then you're like, "Hey, Frank, do that joke."
As every single thing I say, like, I don't understand why I keep saying things that you guys are saying. Don't say that.
Oh, it was just more the Norm Macdonald joke. I don't want to get demonetized. That's the key.
Okay.
Because the last stream, I literally couldn't run specific ads on it because of that joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it cost me money. Josh. Not a lot, but you know, I'm trying to build something here, guys. Like, I don't mind it getting ruckus, but
I think that's how it was on Jeff's stream. Like,
oh yeah.
Like almost every night, like he would get demonetized for one reason or another.
I mean, I usually don't care, but like I figure, I don't know. The joke was there once.
We'll try and keep it down. Josh.
Yeah. If we're gonna do something raucous, it should be something raucous and new, not rehashing from something we already paid the monetary cost for.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And I'm grumpy about even that, guys. I'm just grumpy tonight. Cheer me up. Get in a fist fight, you guys. Just kidding.
Put up your dukes.
So Keith very appropriately called you guys the Mod Squad. Yeah.
That's right.
So Adam,
Keith is a mod on my channel.
oh wow, you're working on Captain Anarchy as we speak. I'm guessing.
Oh, Adam, yeah.
I don't know if that's a topic I can bring up, so just...
Captain Anarchy?
Yeah.
I'm not going to censor you entirely.
I don't know what's the list of stuff I'm allowed to say.
Okay, let's just say anything that's not a Holocaust joke. Could that be like a good parameter?
Well, anarchy has not connected to that time.
All I said was Frank brought up a certain topic, and I said, "Are you going to bring that up every time?"
Yeah, and then you asked him to tell the Norm Macdonald joke.
No, I didn't. I said that is a Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
asking him if he remembers that one where he says that to his doctor, but I wasn't telling a Norm Macdonald joke.
If he remembers that one, yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was about to tell him.
Yeah.
I've been watching Norm Macdonald, but I'm not.
But for some reason, people keep bringing up a topic, and I say something vaguely related to it, and you guys jump on me about it.
Well, because Adam, we want to. We picked it. We were just like, we're going to jump on Adam tonight. No.
We're bullies tonight, Adam.
That's right. No, I don't think anyone's trying to jump on anyone.
Hi, Keith.
How's it going? I will say it is well past that 2 hour point. So yeah, I think we're good as long as. Oh my gosh, I gotta stretch. Okay, so we're at the 2 hour point, past the 2 hour point. If you guys want to really quickly do a once around, maybe starting with Adam, and then I guess Adam's on mute, so maybe not. Well, Adam, if he wants to unmute, like Adam can plug his stuff. If not, we can have Peter and then Frank, and I'll be right back. But let everybody know where to find your stuff and support your work. Whew.
You can follow me everywhere on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Just type in Peter Palmieri and you'll find me. I stream today. I'll stream me again here and there until I get back to normal weekly schedule. Typically, we do Monday through Allison McClown, Alley Cat, and at 1 Eastern usually. I've been busy catching up on too many different things. But I'll be back soon enough. I'm going to try to stream Friday. So maybe I'll be working on retro then. Jeff says Dogpile Adam. Since he's not here.
Jeff was just saying, Dogpile Adam, do it now.
Yeah.
Was that already read? I think let's jump on Adam.
Pete just read right now, and then you said
it. I love it. Jeff, we need you on the stream to Dogpile Adam. That's what we need. I still want to get Jeff on here. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Yeah. I need to get him on the truck.
One of the best painters alive, I would say. And I can say that sincerely. I think Jeff is super talented.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Jeff.
And what I need with that... What I
Is
need,
it right to show this?
I need that drop Yeah, drop the Berserker Nut. Maybe show him a couple pages too.
Well, there's certain pages I don't know if you want shown because it has.
Yeah, don't give spoilers, but let's.
Well,
flip
there's just there's.
Jeff,
Well,
give us
don't
the okay on in
there's
the
just
chat.
a certain swear word early on in the comic book that may not be.
I don't care about swear words. I just care about Holocaust jokes. Like that's all I'm trying to avoid here. I think that's a reasonable parameter that we can all follow. I love that. That's the contentious thing I've asked for here.
Joshua, I wasn't.
It's like
making,
how
okay,
dare.
but I want to clarify something. I
No,
wasn't
Adam.
making a Holocaust joke.
I
wasn't
get it.
making a midget joke.
Adam, I completely get it. It's just the last time.
I wasn't making a gay joke. I wasn't making a Holocaust joke, and I wasn't making a midget joke.
Well, okay, that's interesting.
But 3 times in this conversation, someone has brought up those subjects. And for some reason, when I said something about it, you're like yelling at me about
if you notice, like if you were to
really
play this back, the offender is Frank Salazar. and unfortunately, every time you've cut in, it's at the point where I have to try to stop Frank before we go too deep. But yes, Adam, also the Norm Macdonald thing, man, that like it was like 2 streams ago, Frank said a really hideous Norm Macdonald joke that I kind of let slide, and then like when I'm adding the video description and stuff, I got like one of those like notes where it's like, you can get 1 ad for this, and I was like, oh man. I'm not getting a ton from this stuff, but I was like, I'm trying to kind of build this thing. I don't want to like I don't know. Anyhow, I don't want to have the whole thing taken off, especially if we're gonna get saucy. I want to keep being saucy, but ride that line where we don't get like tweet fired, you know.
Just admit midget jokes.
What's up?
Midget jokes are cool.
That one was tough because I like literally have somebody who I know who watches this stream, so that was like more. Yeah. That one I was just.
I wasn't making midget jokes. I was saying, oh, I saw a little person today, and it reminded me of Adam and his comic.
Yeah, I was just trying to kind of set a parameter there because, like, again, I got a really good friend who's kind of got that condition, so I didn't want to like offend my buddy, you know, like.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Oh yeah. No, like, and again, like, I think unfortunately it's just like all kind of come up around the same time. But in general, as you guys probably know, I'm usually pretty cool with like most subjects. Let's try to like not. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyhow, what's something crazy we can talk about, you guys, that rides the line but maybe avoids the Holocaust and insulting midgets?
Have you seen Peacemaker?
Seen what?
Peacemaker?
What is Peacemaker? Is that the one where the guy wears like the helmet thing?
Yeah, it's with John Cena.
Yeah.
HBO, right? What is John Cena from?
Yeah.
He's a wrestler.
I feel like
wrestling.
Jeff is very much on board with like the kind of edgelord stuff because he's just like midget jokes now. Like,
yeah,
I'm noticing he's trying to fuel the flames, guys.
Yeah,
I love it. Anyhow,
well, yeah, this is the type of stuff we would talk about on his show.
What is Peacemaker? Is it good?
It's a.
I haven't seen the show. Have you seen it, Pete?
Yeah, a series on HBO. Ball's doing, their shows on Disney. Another show, and actually, it's really good. It's Jeff. What's his name?
John Cena.
Not John Cena. No, the Guardians out there. James.
James
directed
Gunn. James Gunn.
Oh man, this is tough, Peter. I'm getting
the microphone
snippets.
is like really. It sounds really bad.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of interesting because I'm trying to kind of.
It makes like a snapping sound every time you talk. It goes.
Yeah, I'm trying to decode the robot, but it's kind of
every
a bummer.
time you start to talk, it makes a snapping sound.
Like as if like Frank Salazar is just somehow like messing with your audio or something. I literally can't. I can't hear most of what Peter's saying, which is a bummer.
Because Frank could tell what you're like. You could.
Yeah, that's true.
How could
Frank,
you tell what he was saying?
Yeah, that's a good question.
But
Frank,
at one point, I understood everything he was saying, and I don't think either of you guys did at all.
Adam, are you in?
Any better?
That's a little better, actually.
It's
it
loud.
Sounded like a bullhorn, but it was kind of. I could hear you. Okay, tell us about the Peacemaker. Let's try that.
Oh, now I can hear you. It's clear.
James Gunn, who directed Guardians of the Galaxy, also directed the newest Suicide Squad, is directing most of the episodes, and he's written all the episodes.
Oh my gosh, you guys!
It's just really, really good, and it's.
Peter, you're here. You're here. We can hear you. I'm so excited. Okay, keep going.
It's really well done. It's pretty best I've ever seen John Cena in anything.
Okay, and then did I miss did you guys say what John Cena is like known for?
He's known for the WWE. He's a wrestler, and he's been in a few movies. But because he's known as a wrestler.
Did I tell you guys I have a WWF connection with I think it might be E now because they didn't want to cross over with the World Wildlife Foundation.
The wildlife, yeah.
But yeah, I have there was a wrestler who dug wearing my shirts. And it was pretty cool.
Nice.
Did you tell him to stop?
Hell no, dude. It's anyhow
stop putting on my shirts, dude. I need to wear that for work.
No, not like my personal shirts. That would be hilarious. Every time I came home, it's just like there's this guy in my closet, and I can't really stop him from taking my clothes because I'm like, I don't know, this guy's pretty huge, So I was like, I guess you're wearing my shirt.
I just tried making a joke, Frank.
So,
I got the joke.
So CM Punk was the guy. So you can actually Google it and see him wearing the League of Cliche Evil Supervillains.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's weird, wrestlers conventions, that's a thing. We're going to there was a month to be a small New York convention and be a line of wrestlers. Yeah. Not the big name, local wrestlers. And when it came up to my table, I was I had my own table at that show, and it was like, oh man, love your work, big fan, it's like this big guy coming at me.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think that a lot of the guys who get into wrestling are pretty big nerds, not in the in the way Adam and I were talking about nerds early on.
Yeah,
back when nerds were a bad word. Like, it's like, I think a lot of wrestlers come from like that, because they were so like a lot of the guys who got into it, like what got them into working out and stuff wasn't like, oh, I'm going to get good at athletics and sports and stuff like that. They're like, I'm going to get really good at this professional wrestling stuff because I love watching it. So I can see that crossover. Did you guys ever get heavy into like pro wrestling? Like watching it or like being in it and stealing people's shirts?
When I was really little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few friends that are like really big into it, so I would like they would tell me about it, and I would watch it with them.
Nice.
One of them, he's been on the Truckle.
Yeah,
he does a comic where it's monsters and wrestling because he's like a big wrestling fan.
It's awesome.
Sorry, Peter, I mean to interrupt.
It's like most books, like I friends who are definitely into football, and I watch football with them. I have others who are into wrestling with them. It's like I enjoy this through my friends.
Yeah.
It's cool. Adam, when you were a kid, what kind of like wrestling did you watch?
WWF, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Jake the Snake. Early, like late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Did you have a point where you were like completely bought in on the kayfabe?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I was just curious.
I believe it.
Like, I think at an early age, my like older brothers told me that it was fake, like early on, so I just knew.
Yeah.
Like from the start,
Yeah,
it was fake.
Yeah, I used to watch it with my brothers too.
From what I remember, I can't really remember that well.
There used to be a storefront where it was basically they had giant TVs. It was WWF, I think, or whatever. Ed McMahon, his daughter. Who was the main guy? I forget. His daughter showed up there. I don't know. Stephanie or whatever.
Stephanie McMahon? Oh, Vince McMahon.
Yeah. Ed McMahon is
Yeah, Ed McMahon is Johnny Carson's sidekick. He also did Star Search. Which Norm Macdonald was on Star Search, and so you got to meet Ed McMahon.
Oh yeah. Did he have any jokes? No, I'm just kidding. Don't go there.
That was like the one like bad joke that was like
the popsicle joke.
Oh man,
I don't remember the popsicle joke.
Not gonna tell it, but look it up.
I have to say, like Norm Macdonald, like one of the things I really liked about him was like he was one of those guys that like the people I knew who were like Norm Macdonald fans were usually like people who were really into like Douglas Adams and like I don't know, like really kind of dry, like absurdist books. But there was just something about his like deadpan delivery of these like perfect punchlines. Like it's just and they were like always a little off from what you would expect, and he'd line it up so perfectly. He was probably one of the best joke writers, I think. Like just I don't know. It's just craziness, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh man. We're having strange moments of silence where I'm worried we're losing the connection with everybody. But it's also kind of rad because I like the music. I like the music in my head. That's happening.
I'm just trying to, because it's at an hour where like my filter is turned off, so like I'm just trying to turn it back on.
No worries, man. No worries. No need for filters. Just there's the only thing to have in your filter. The only thing to have in your filter is the 2 subjects that I asked you guys to.
3.
Delve. Did I say 3?
What's the third one?
I think 4 actually at this point, because I know there's another topic that we shouldn't bring up.
There's probably a billion topics that might be tough.
A specific topic that has come up in the past that we shouldn't bring up.
Regarding volcanoes?
I had nothing to do with that. So.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I
feel like we hit that topic.
Frank, instead of actually saying the actual specific words, we can just allude to things and we know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I only know of the 2. I don't.
You know what I'm
think
talking
of the other
about,
ones.
You know what I'm talking about. What you talking about, Frank?
I only know about this one.
All right,
wait,
one starts
have
with
you
an
ever
M.
heard the
One starts with an M. One starts with either an H. Well, or an H. Okay, you follow so far?
Yeah, those are the 2 that I
One
that
starts
I can
with a
remember.
G.
That one I'm not super freaked out about, although again, like,
and one starts with an N.
That's
just
history.
I don't think
that's
that was
just
No, not that, Frank. Don't go there. It's just a 3-letter word.
Just message it to me because it's 2 a.m. right now.
So, is it 2 a.m. for you, Frank?
It's 2:33 a.m.
That's crazy. So, like, when you get tired, Frank, when you get tired, do you get like banned from work kind of thoughts?
Yes.
I
go off the wall.
It's crazy. I could kind of see that. I don't know. I have a pretty high tolerance for things, but I don't know. I don't mind kind of staying within certain boundaries. Oh.
Well, I wanted to talk about the Captain Anarchy and develop that because
I think we should continue. I
was working on the character design and I colored it and I sent it to Adam. So it's the one I sent you, but I just colored it. And I'm thinking about doing a 1-page of it for now. So, yeah.
Speaking of Captain Anarchy, I just did want to mention to the 3 people that are watching right now, we do take super chats. And even though we've broached topics that could get us demonetized, I would ask that the only thing that is moderating those super chats from us reading it would be if it's super inappropriate or really rude to other people. But other than that, if it's rude to me, I'll read it out loud. So if you want to say Josh is the stupidest cartoonist in the world and have me read it, I'll totally do that. I have no pride. So that being said, that's your incentive, and I guess that'll do it. Yeah, for that.
Do you do no super chats? If somebody wants to promote their own via super chat?
Sorry, what?
If someone wants to promote their own, but
their own stuff.
Yeah, of course. Again, as long as it's not if I get a super chat that's trying to get me to promote Mein Kampf, I might not read that, but other than that, I think we're good.
Good, bring that one up. It's a good topic.
It's just.
Can you guys just imagine what the algorithm thinks this podcast, what this show is? The algorithm's just me. That if they watch it, they'd be like, this is not. But if like an algorithm's just combing for like hot words, they're just like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
I was trying to use like initials and stuff, and you just dropped that.
But yeah, you guys are safe. It's okay. You guys have talked at a mall. Do you like if you're at a mall like or a public place? Do you just like have a hard time discussing things if you can't drop?
Almost every topic I've ever brought up, someone says, "Don't bring that up." So at a mall, that usually doesn't happen to me.
Adam, I don't think it was topics you were bringing up, though. I think it was just the sad confluence of events where, like,
well, no, I'm saying
Frank would bring something up.
Yeah,
and
so
then we'd be
Frank,
like,
so both.
So it's all Frank, really. I think you and Frank should just duke it out.
It's that combined with the fact that there's other things that I brought up that it's like, oh, don't bring that up. We don't want to talk about that.
Have you guys?
So it's like I don't know what I'm like. Kind of not sure what to talk about.
Frank, did you ever listen to Pearl Jam back in the day at all?
I think I did. I listened to like a whole bunch of music, and so I'm trying to remember.
So there's a song that they did
Jam?
that was called "Dirty Frank." Have you heard that song?
Oh, I've been called that, but I haven't heard of it.
Okay, so like the song is basically like a riff on like there's a lick by Jimi Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually David Bowie did it like a little riff, and then like Eddie Vedder did the same thing, but he did it with Dirty Frank. So he'd be like, "That Dirty Frank was one bad mother," and then they go, "Shut your mouth!"
Shut
and
your
he'd be like,
mouth.
"What? I'm just talking about Dirty Frank."
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
well, I've heard Shaft, but I haven't heard that version.
But yeah, so you should hear Dirty Frank.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Google it. Google it and
now.
find the joys of Dirty Frank. Although, honestly, if you Google that, you might not get the Pearl Jam song.
I get my own channel.
Frank for this.
Now I want to Google that because I have a feeling that if I Googled that, I'd just see really funny pictures of Frank Salazar. It's like like the Seinfeld picture of George like posed on the couch. It'll be that, but with Frank.
That back in the day.
You guys, it's not even the 3-hour mark, but I need fuel, so I will be shortly back. Why don't you promote things that don't start with the H?
All right. If you want to see hot comics, check out Salazar Nation, Art Nation, and you can see me draw stuff on my YouTube. Which I did a video this morning about making comics, not excuses. So you can go check that out.
Check out Berserkonaut. Where can you get this? Comics Forge? I think that the topic of my comic is a banned topic, so I can't promote my comic, I don't think, safely. But check out the Berserkonaut by Jeff Lafferty.
You can promote Toad Road.
I don't think I really can at this point.
You can promote Toad Road. I don't mind it being brought up in that context. I just didn't want us going down like a rabbit hole of like talking about like people in real life that we've seen that have that disability. It's a little different if it's like talking about art, you know what I mean? But it's like that just felt like it was going down a road that like again.
I was trying not to go down the road.
Yeah.
Like I didn't mean anything bad about it. I was just like, I thought of you, Adam. That's what I was saying. Like
But yeah, Adam, I've promoted your comic multiple times, so I don't mind that, man. And you can use even that word and stuff as you're promoting the comic. It was just more of like I didn't want to get in a long conversation where it could tread into territory that's not your comic. You know what I mean?
Crimson Anyways, welcome again. Power One.
Ronnie? Oh, Ronnie left and came back?
Ronnie's back. Dude, Ronnie has like he's usually on his way to work or something. Ronnie, you missed the whole derailing of our conversation by my censorship.
You guys should check out this book. It's
we're
called
censored.
Funny Cryptograms by
Ooh.
Sean Kennedy.
That looks cool.
It's a book of word puzzles. You can get this at any bookstore in the puzzle section.
That's interesting. That's cool. I like the cover.
Actually, it's an awesome painting by Joe Murray, the creator of Rocko's Modern Life. That's why I bought this book.
Dude, okay, so I had this weird
sorry, go ahead.
I had this weird moment with Joe Murray where my son was like watching PBS, and there was this show that was like Luna of the Moon.
Yeah,
and I was like, I had no idea he was doing that, but instantly he has such a like recognizable style that I was like, dude, that's Rocko's Modern Life. Like that has to be the same guy. I Googled it and it was, and I was like, holy crap, that's amazing. It's cool. Killer animator.
I think an episode or two ago, you guys were talking about style. When you say that, oh, that's my style as an excuse to draw poorly.
Yeah.
Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, totally.
I was going to use this as an example of that, of where, because I've done this in my own artwork where this person, like her arm has like 1, 2, 3 elbows.
Yeah.
But it's like, obviously that is a instance where it's not just like someone doesn't know how to draw. It's like obviously a stylistic choice to do that. But I can't remember what my point was. It was like 2 episodes ago, but that's why I had this right here.
No, I like that.
But yeah, I love this little painting.
I think like with stylization, there's a couple things that like people kind of get wrong with it that I think are good to like keep in mind. Like one of them, like for instance, like the comic I'm gonna be working on once the script is done, that I just got a deal for. It's like that one, I'm not gonna use a ruler on anything. So even the panel borders are gonna be kind of like a little wobbly. That works, but the second I bring in a ruler, it'll screw up the entire style. So it's like there's these like little things. It's like almost like self-contained rules, and I can see that following that. Like he does that really well, where he's doing like a style that's like intentionally breaking things, but he's clearly aware of what he's doing.
Yeah, like the nose, for example, makes sense. Like the actual nose has like a cylindrical form to it that totally makes sense, that you couldn't just like make up without knowing how to actually paint, forms.
Yeah, and if he had like an element in it that was like really anatomically on point, then it would just seem kind of odd. Although he could play with that, right? Like Ren and Stimpy did that, where they do those like gross close-ups.
Peter Cooper does that sometimes.
Yeah.
Where he'll take like a photograph or something.
Yeah. But it is one of those things of like be intentional about it, And like again, there's a way of drawing that still shows you can draw where you're disregarding anatomy. Like one of my favorite styles is like cartoon modern and like Mr. Magoo and stuff. But it's like that style is like intentionally like they're like, okay, I'm going to take this like table and like show the top of it, even though we're like at like a different perspective. I want to see the top of the table, and then the legs are going to be as if you're seeing it from the side. It's almost like cubism. It's cool, but it's like those guys could probably like outdraw anyone, like representationally too. So I don't know. It's a fine line, but I think a lot of it has to do with design, because like his stuff is well designed. You can almost get away with anything if it's well designed.
Okay.
I like his color palettes too. He has some of the funnest mouth movements in his animations too. Like I feel like those.
Okay,
I don't know.
Oh shoot, never mind.
What's up?
Well, there's a picture I was going to show, but there was one reason why I didn't want to show it, and then I realized there's two reasons I should not show it. I'm just trying to be more cautious. But I do want to find an example because Peter Cooper uses. Do you know the artist Peter Cooper?
Imagery you're good to show to, dude. Like we've shown a lot. I just
No. I'm not being
okay.
passive aggressive. Like
okay, because I was kind of
I
thinking
didn't
like
notice
you're going
that was
down
like
this like censorship train. I'm like, dude, I just didn't want you to talk about the Holocaust. That's all. Okay.
I know Dave Burr.
Daber?
Who's Peter Cooper? Dave Cooper?
So Peter
know
Cooper
Alice Cooper.
Dave Cooper is an awesome cartoonist. Peter Cooper,
Yeah.
his name is spelled Kuper. This is his style.
Okay.
This is what his artwork looks like.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen this stuff.
He did a lot of the spy versus
I've
spy stuff in the later years.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know him.
I mean,
know his work.
he's not the original spy versus spy guy, but he worked on it at one point.
Have you ever seen like Kevin Huizenga's stuff, Adam?
Yeah.
I think you.
Or
I don't know.
This is like a really quintessential Peter Cooper painting.
Oh, that's rad.
He does like a lot of like spray paint stuff.
Yeah, it looks very like airbrushed and whatnot. Oh, hey, Ronnie just reached out to me. Let me see. Maybe he's sending some sneak peek art. Can I share this, Ronnie? If Ronnie's still in the chats, let me know.
Well, let me check the chats. Ronnie! Can Josh share what you sent him?
And he just
So for now.
He said, "Yep, okay, cool. We're gonna share it."
Okay.
I'm gonna assume that "yep" meant I can share it.
Yes.
And ironically, let's see here.
He's like, "Yep, don't share it."
He's like, "Don't share my work. And
Yeah.
In fact, I never want to talk to you again, dude." I'm like, oh, "Okay, cool. Thanks, Ronnie."
Yeah.
As severe. Okay. So there is Corey Kerr.
Corey is a monster? Yes, I see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Ronnie Gunter's art, Crimson Owl Comics, and also runs Comics de la Muerte on YouTube. And
Thursdays before the Orchestras.
Hells yes. You guys should all be subscribed. It's good. Ronnie's like good people too. Just a really good dude.
I like Ronnie.
Mm-hmm. His comics are not safe for work, but I think we all make not safe for work comics, including Frank Salazar, who makes the least safe for work comics on our entire group.
They're making wholesome comics.
Of
Now,
course,
book covers.
I think I know which one you're talking about, Frank.
So here's an example of what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought like not safe for work. Here it is.
See how he's holding paintbrushes?
Uh-huh.
It's like just photos of a paintbrush.
Yeah.
But it's like the rest is painted, like just like stenciled.
Yeah. That's cool.
So like kind of incorporating actual just like, photos in with stuff.
So Ronnie said Corey has a small part in my horror comic. So
Yeah.
I feel like
All
Ronnie,
the little cats.
Yeah.
I think I might have missed when you were polling people to see if they wanted to die in your comic, and I would totally be down. So hit me up if you want me to like, because
Want to die in your comic.
Because I did this with Squatch too, where like
I was the first to die in Ronnie's comic, I think.
That's awesome. I did that with Squatch for a while, where we were just like, "Why don't you just kill us in your comic, huh? And then he put us in his comic, and it is saucy, crazy hilariousness, and definitely like very funny. So let's just say there's a party and we do some pretty nefarious things.
Oh, speaking of nefarious, they are almost done shipping out Mavericks, Global Frequency Studios, Nefarious and his wife.
What is that?
Peter,
I read the
Peter
digital
did.
because I wanted to read it.
I got
before
the digital. I just kind of skimmed through it. I didn't want to like read it because I went to.
Yeah, you have to tell me what Global Frequency Studios is. I have no idea.
Oh, that's a show kind of like bar shows. Like he'll have comic creators on, and he started working on his comic, and he was just interviewing like a lot of people that have done crowdfunders. So he took a lot of information. So when he finally crowdfunded Mavericks, which should be shipping out pretty soon. I think they got like I think they're just like waiting for like some proofs and stuff. But like he did like a really good campaign and funded it like pretty quickly. And Peter was I think he had like you have a cover, right, Peter, or a print or something?
Oh wait, yeah, I saw a little bit. I saw a little bit of that. Like that's the one that has the Akira riff, right, for the cover?
Yeah.
That Peter, you posted. That thing's awesome. That cover was cool.
Yeah.
And Frankie B. Washington did some sketch cards. They got snatched up.
They had a lot of people working for them. Yeah. They got animation for their, crowdfunding. They have more than just comics, but they did it really well. Would they make total? I think 35,000, whatever.
Yeah,
they did really well.
Yeah, they did great.
That's cool. Very nice. Well, where can people check that out?
It's
Global Frequency Studios on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you can still get the comic, but unless he has some left over, you can ask him.
Cool.
Before I get the digital.
Nice. What was the last comic that you purchased?
Let's see. I think it was Toad Road Comics. It was actually the last one.
Nice.
I got myself I got John Byrne's new X-Men stories. So if you don't know the story, there's Toad Road. If you don't know the story, John Byrne tried to make a deal with Marvel to do his own X-Men book, and it didn't work out. So he just decided to post pages on his website, and the fans actually took all the pages and made a couple of books. But it was limited run because they did it through and they said no, they stopped press on it. So it's only a limited amount of copies out there. Because it's not Marvel approved. It's just fans.
Mickey and the Air Pirates type territory.
Yeah. So he put the pages out, and fans just like went and crowdfunded it or something.
They didn't crowdfund. They just printed up a bunch of copies, and I guess they sold them, or I don't know how it worked, but somebody who had copies of it and got it from him, and you know, but it's really cool because it's just pencils. You know, it's not ink, it's not color. Obviously, it's lettered. You know, so you can read it like a regular comic. But John Byrne's like early 70s, and the work is amazing.
Nice.
It's really high quality.
Cool.
Okay.
So that's what I bought last.
So you got one of those copies, or just like
I got
Burns book?
The 2 books.
Oh.
It's 30 issues or something. I don't know. It's
Nice.
crazy.
I think the Illuminati is still trying to mess with your audio, but it is coming clear a lot more, Peter. But every once in a while, there's like these clips. Yeah, there's these clips at the beginning that sound like somebody's like trying to cut the phone line. Like, I feel like you should like leak some really dark secret about like comics, just like real quick, just so that it sounds like you're like calling from like like an abandoned like parking lot, and you're giving us like the scoop on like something really nefarious. Can you do that?
Peter, if you go in and look at your audio settings, if you adjust like the maybe the echo cancellation or the like one of the settings in there, it might help with that.
I already
because it seems like once you start speaking, it sounds just fine, but when you start, it like cuts off the beginning, and it's like this like clicking sound or something.
Yeah, like Frank trying to wiretap your connection.
Is it any different?
No.
Do you notice any different?
It's sensitive.
No.
It's better than it dropped out again. It's a little bit better.
It kind of starts sounding like the
How about that doesn't have the obnoxious clicking sound, I don't think, anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
That's just Peter talking. How dare you?
How about
obnoxious?
That sounds good. Now? Wait, keep going.
I mean, I was about to leave because I couldn't deal with that sound, but yeah, it sounds fine.
Yeah. That sounds a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah, because for a second there, it was starting to sound like the speak and spell, like where you're just like, "Oh, I am," you know. I don't know. So I'm glad to have a clearer connection there.
How's this sound?
Yeah. That sounded like you were in a underwater tunnel.
How about this?
I was messing with you.
Peter, we can hear you so well that we can tell that you were pretending to speak poorly that time. This is good. We got a good connection.
And again,
we can all tell you were talking through a tube or something, right?
I made an adjustment, so yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful adjustment. Now. Yeah, it sounds like pro radio.
Great,
it's music to my ears.
Okay, cool.
That's the Peter Palmieri that I knew. That wasn't taken over by robots, you know.
Sorry to be so picky, Peter. I'm like really sensitive to noises and certain things like that.
No, man. I hate bad audio myself, so trust me.
I have sensory issues for certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, it was just like
Frank.
What's up?
I just heard it's usually Frank.
I said usually Frank upsets me, but
well, that was kind of the thing.
There we go. Now
we were sort of trying to get like a little conspiracy going, where it was like Frank was messing with your audio. Was the conspiracy there? We were trying to get going.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
he's always up to something.
So what are you working on, Peter? Are you working on comics right now? Are you taking a break, or you were gonna
No,
crash, right? And then you're hanging.
Yeah, I was going to
hanging with us.
crash, and I don't know what I'm still doing up, but
Stay up. Stay up
yeah, I
forever
mean,
with us.
I got some covers. I got some covers for an anthology I'm working on.
Nice.
So
That's cool.
yeah.
Anthologies are fun, man. I don't know. Right now, everything sounds fun. Everything but graphic novels sounds really fun right now to me.
Everything but what's right in front of me.
Josh,
Yeah.
you should just
Says Joshua.
You should just like draw like a silly little doodle or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just like refresh refresh from doing the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Yeah, but
well, I shouldn't say you should do that, but I'm just saying that.
Thanks for your prescription, Adam. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Oh my goodness, I agree. I probably should. My pen is like doing that blobby thing. Do you hate that? Like Peter, when you when you clear a brush and you think it's all good and then it just blobs, doesn't that just drive you freaking nuts?
Usually it's more with a quill. Yeah, obviously it drives me nuts. Like I've gone through most of my career where there is absolutely no mistakes anywhere on any page I ever worked on. But lately, I guess because I'm like more extremely tired and just going from one deadline to another, it's like I don't care. It's like it's like it's accidents, whatever. It's like I'll fix it. Everything's fixable. That's especially with our programs.
Yeah, I'd also agree with ink. Like,
but
even if you blob it, it's fixable.
Yeah. I like it to be as perfect as I can get it on the actual page.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the temptation to just open an R program and just erase that, fix that, clean that up. It's tempting.
Yeah, I haven't done much of that at all on Two Stories. I mean, there's a couple little fixes that I do, but most of it's like as you'd see on the original pages, and that makes me happy. But still, yeah, I don't know, man. I just hate the fact that like I'll do tests and then like my lines are coming out pretty good, and then one just goes bloop, and I'm like, darn it. And it's still workable, It's like hardly anyone's going to notice it. It's just me who's just like, I know how the brush should work, and it's just it misbehaved for a second there, and I'm just like, you silly brush, how dare you?
Yeah. You know what bugs me the most?
What's that? Other than Frank Salazar.
Always try. Other than Frank Salazar. What I always try to do is make the black on paper as black as I can make it. And that it really doesn't matter, Yeah. But that's just like a thing that it's ingrained in me that I gotta make the black super black.
Yeah, I get the same way where I'll do like a second pass over my fills, like the larger areas of fills. So like right now what I'm doing is just inking every page, and then I'm going to do that second pass,
Right. Because it's funny, years and years ago, I saw an original Hellboy page. And, if you've ever seen the comic, Mike Miller, it's all big black areas. But the original art, it was all like gray. It was like none of it was jet black. You know, they just fix it in production.
Yeah, of course.
It's in post.
Well,
Yeah.
Mignola's like pretty quick too, from what I hear, which is kind of insane because like I know there's some people who think like Mignola's not. I'm getting slapback. I don't know if somebody has like their headphones off or something. No, I don't know. Anyhow, yeah, some people think Mike Mignola is just like a super. Yeah, I'm getting it again. That slapback. Does anybody have their headphones off?
I have my headphones
have
on.
yet to
I
put
did
headphones on.
hear that slapback, but I don't know who.
Are you still hearing it?
I was, yeah.
I think that my headphones were unplugged for a second.
Oh, no worries.
I don't know, like it because it's plugged in, but it was like,
Yeah.
is it plugged in?
Well, I can
it's
hear you
definitely
better
plugged in.
now, so yeah.
Well, that's
That's 'cause
cool.
That's because I was closer to my microphone, but
Aha.
Well, that was,
Aha. We found the culprit, I
we
think.
found it.
So yeah, I don't know. Like I've heard people who aren't impressed by Mignola, which is always strange to me because I think he's pretty. Like he's got a really just perfect way of like breaking things down to like their essentials and like really coming up with these dynamic shapes. I feel like he took what like Miller was doing and then just like perfected it. But I don't know. That's my take.
Frank Miller?
Yes, Frank Miller.
Yeah. Because, like, if you look at, like, where Frank Miller was going with, like, Sin City, right? It's like Mike Mignola kind of took some of those ideas of, like, blocks and shadows and just kind of, like, just blew it out of proportion, like, in how good he did it, you know?
I don't remember the timeline, but they were both part of Legends
Yeah.
at Dark Horse. Like, they came out relatively the same time. So
Really?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I thought
Like,
Miller was,
there
like,
was
a contemporary of his, because I thought he was doing, like, Batman and stuff, like, far before.
yeah, they were both doing comics way before that, but I don't know at what point they started doing that style. If I would thought that Mignola had that kind of blocky style before Miller was doing it, but I could be wrong. But I mean, other people would do that style
to a degree. Yeah, not as concrete as is in Hellboy, but the essence of it was around long before. Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm just saying Mignola like perfected that. I feel like personally, I think he's one of the best at it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I love his sense of design and the way he uses shadow. And he does like map out everything on a page.
Yeah.
And you know, it looks like there's just like pieces of things scattered on a page, but it's actually all mapped out.
Yeah, it's incredible, you know. And he gives you just enough information, and I love that about his work. Like, really admire it. Plus, just his writing's a lot of fun too.
Oh yeah.
There's like a certain universe he builds, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Have you ever seen Atlantis, the Disney animated movie?
Yeah.
Because he was
Michael J. Fox is the voice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, that was inspired by his work, and then they actually called him out there to assist.
Very cool.
You know, if you look at the animation, it looks very much like his style, as if it was animated.
That's a good point, because I think even the forms are really like, yeah, I could see that, like the figures and stuff.
Yeah. It was a great movie.
Yeah, I'd love to have the output that guy has too.
Well, I mean, his output isn't what it used to be, but he's
Still alive?
verging on retiring. He's still alive. He's verging on retiring. He's
Okay.
he's like, he does drawings and stuff. I'm not sure if he's still putting out Hellboy books, new series. I guess maybe he is with different artists. I haven't been keeping track of anybody really, but he's
I'll
been
check my
trying
Rolodex.
painting, just like
Yeah, I'm really
check
out
your
of
Rolodex.
touch with. I'm out of touch with like a lot of very mainstream comics, and I don't even think he's really
Yeah.
mainstream. But it's just like, to me, I was talking to Corey about this too when we were doing that indie review show. But it's like, it's shocking to me like how much I haven't really paid attention to like Image, like Dark Horse. Like I just got so into this like train of like, like Drawn and Quarterly and Fantagraphics and like Koyoma Press and like all these like weird indie things, where I like lost touch with like a bunch of really cool stuff that was happening kind of closer to the mainstream. And I was like, I'm still indie, but like a little more mainstream. And like I've just been so shocked to find all this cool stuff, But I also lost touch with a lot of people, like following a lot of people like Mignola and stuff, their careers.
Right.
I think I was saying this to somebody the other day, but it's like one of the ironies of making comics is you make comics because you love comics, and then you end up making comics so much that you don't really have time to read comics because you're too busy making them,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can relate. I've been buying comics, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and read them.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get killed by Ronnie in his comic. That's awesome. Ronnie said, for sure, I'll send you some examples for pictures I need. Yes.
I need you getting stabbed, falling off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Peter, if you want to throw me in a comic, like in the background, just getting murdered or something, I want this to be a thing. I want like very brief cameos and then just being offed in a brutally terrible way.
Well, you have a cameo in this one, but you're not gonna die.
I didn't die? Oh, well, that's cool. Well, that works. I guess that could work. You could have Corey kill me in the last panel. Like, I could just be like, hey, Corey, NFTs. And he's just like, crunch. Like, my head just explodes.
Well, Corey's not a bad guy.
I actually have to pencil and ink a cover myself.
Hell's yes.
That's for a NFT comic book.
Hey, I wonder if you were to turn the camera on now because the audio is better, maybe it would work.
Possibly.
So
I don't want to like go back to crazy delays, but
comic.
So is everything working?
Yeah. Adam, that worked for you?
I can hear you.
Looks and sounds fine to me.
That's awesome. We've somehow magically fixed. I want to hear about what you're penciling. I also need to disappear to vape a little bit, but I appreciate you guys kind of hanging in there with me because I'm getting there, guys. Getting there. All right. I'll be right back in about 10 seconds. Peter, why don't you let everybody know where they can find retro and stuff now that we have clear audio? And then you guys can all mention yourself too.
I've worked, I was inking retro on my channel, on my YouTube channel. So go to YouTube, type in Peter Palmieri, and you can look at all my past videos of me inking retro and talking about everything. Where they can get it, nowhere at the moment. I'm going to fulfill to the people that pledge to it first. Then I'm going to do an Indiegogo. So probably, between April and summertime, not sure exactly when, I'll be throwing it up on Indiegogo for a full campaign. On Kickstarter, I only did 5 days, so it'll be a full 30 days on Indiegogo. So that everybody can get a chance to grab a copy of it.
How much are you planning on selling it for just a book? Like, what's your
$5,000.
Oh, okay. I'll take 2 copies.
Well, I'm gonna probably redo all the math. But
You're
like
just
I had
like
it at
fresh.
$5. Yeah, I'm like I'm good creatively, not so much in business. I'm gonna make sure the numbers are correct before I do
How
the
many
intro.
pages though for?
What's a 40-page book? Because it's 28-page
Okay, yeah,
story plus a lot
it
of.
should be, yeah. Okay, yeah, you should raise the price a little bit more than that.
Maybe
So
we'll see.
So Peter, you've been
$6.
pretty busy doing a lot of comics this year, right?
Yeah. It's actually if you want to make me full screen, I'll show you some cool stuff.
Full screen.
Let's see.
Full screen. Do that. Oh, let's see. How does this work? Oh, it's me. I don't want me. I want you.
You just click on my box. Okay, so.
Darn it. Hang on.
No.
I'm trying to do the one that
Oh, you
gets
had
too
it.
big, but us. I know I did. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Nice.
So I actually, I'm gonna turn on this better. This is a little better. I mean, it's better to show it. Yeah. So this is one of the covers.
Oh, okay.
Ballad of the Celestials, I think. Yeah. So this was my favorite. This is Tin Soldier, and this is Tin Soldier, and this is Phantom something. I forget his name. Shadow, I think. Phantom.
It's rad though. I like the inks on that a lot.
Yeah, it's quality. The artist is phenomenal. It's just great work. Took my time on that. This is a book, Sinner. I don't think anybody's seen this, so this is a preview.
Cool.
A book called Sinner I'll be working on with Dean James and Lee Carver. This was just a pinup, like a Kickstarter extra. For Todd Rayner, his Ice Pick character.
Nice.
This was fun. And let's see, the next 3 are all from the anthology American Alchemist, which is sort of a wrestling themed anthology. And this is one of the covers, really just gorgeous work.
That's awesome.
This is also for the American Alchemist, another gorgeous cover with tentacles.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quality work.
Who's the artist on that?
Give me 1 second. I'll get to it. This is the final thing. It's another American Alchemist. So let's see. These 2 are the same artist. Yeah, I think he has Dihera. I think Dihera Verma. Both, I think, from the Philippines or Spain or something. And I forget the name of the other one, but I have these posted on my Instagram, and I have the names there.
Nice.
So you can go to my Instagram and scroll down a bit and find them. But phenomenal artist. It's like one of the benefits that started happening last year is that I started working on these more amazing artists, and it's all this cover work, and it's fantastic. It's like Corey says that soldier cover is rad. Yeah, it's excellent. I hate to see all this stuff colored too. Like, it's gonna be phenomenal.
Yeah, it really makes a difference when you're working with a solid team. Because I mean, it's like, especially on collaborative work, it's like you're really you're as good as your team. And so if you have like a really solid team, like you can all like enrich each other. And if you have like teams with weak links, you can kind of maybe hold up the weak link, but a solid team, like a good artist, good inker, like good writer, all of that, like it's a rare thing. So that's got to be really fun to kind of have that like happening.
Yeah, and it's funny because like last year, a real curve to it, like because I began the year where I was like, I wasn't really happy with producing, and so I think I took a couple of months and just sort of slowed down and worked on the quality of what I was doing. And then towards the end of the year, I started getting all this fantastic work. And that was really an opportunity to prove myself that, to myself that, I still had it.
Yeah.
And so it worked out.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think like, half the game of comics is just making sure you're still playing the game. And then also like not letting your head get to you, like, because I think like a lot of I don't know, there's something to like, if you stick through it and you're constantly trying to like level up and make good stuff, like the universe has a weird way of like rewarding that, at least I think, but I could be wrong, and comics could be the death of me next year, so who knows.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like I'm pretty level-headed when it comes to it. It's like I know I could produce quality, but I'm not good at scheduling all the time. I'm not good like the business side of it, but I'm getting better, and because everything affects everything. It's like I know I'm great at inking. That's not the problem. It's when I get overbooked or underbooked and I'm not able to pay my bills, or it's like everything is a factor. So just to keep things going at a steady pace is really the trick of it. And I'm getting more on top of it right now. And plus when I start publishing books, those will always be available for purchase, and it's good to have a stock of stuff that you can always sell.
It's I was just saying this I was just saying this like at the beginning of this whole stream, where I mean, it's a pain in the ass to like make a graphic, not like a full graphic novel. But I feel like the second you do it and it's like completely yours, like you've written it, you've drawn it, like you've inked it, you've done everything. I feel like it mentally puts you in this club. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like I felt this when Two Stories finally got published, where I just felt like I was explaining it as like a marathon, like people who run marathons don't do it for health reasons. Most of the people I know, it's more of just like a proving to themselves that they can do this impossible feat that maybe they didn't think they could do initially, and they train for it and stuff like that. And it kind of feels like that, but like tenfold, because it's like, hey, I could like dedicate like years and like see this thing through to where like it's a closed and open book, like it's a full book. And like there's something to that. And the cool thing is the only way those things happen is just by consistently showing up and just like trusting the process and just trusting that it's going to get done. And don't like, for me, like my biggest struggle, especially like, so like the second book wasn't so bad, which it was actually my first book, but like this thing was like the whole process of making this book was like self-doubt. Like every other page, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Is this any good? Like, because this was my first graphic novel, and it's just like the whole way to get through it was just like this beast of a time. But like there's something that happens when you get through it and you actually finish. I don't know, there's something to finishing. I'm rambling about it, but it's like I really encourage people, like whatever projects you're working on or books you're working on, whether they're small or big, like there's even if you finish it badly, it's just finish. Like like getting to the point where you finish something, it gives you a momentum that's like crazy, where like it's almost like a drug high. Well, Adam was talking about this with me recently too. I don't know if Adam's on still, but he was talking about that too, because he had just finished like his like first, I think, like big published comic, and it's like there's something about that, like that finishing that like kind of unlocks something where you're able to like keep going and stuff. It's crazy. I don't know, but yeah. So anyhow, I feel you on that. Like I don't know what got me on that rant. I'm sorry, but it was something I started with, on the stream, and I was just excited about.
I think that's more critical than a lot of things. Like, you know, like people talk about motivation. You know, motivation doesn't exist. It's just habit. And and you know, like you said, like just get up every day and work on it. You know, like if it's 15 minutes or it's 8 hours or whatever, like, you know, just put in your time each day. And eventually, like you said, you'll finish something. And you're right. It's all about momentum. It's all about, you know, finish one thing, go on to the next, finish next, go on to the next, finish that, so on and so on. You know, and it's like I've been, you know, inking comics my whole career, and you know, that's one specific thing, and I'm good at that. I can do that, and that's a certain amount of momentum. But working on my own book is a whole, you know, it's like all these new things coming at me. But I've learned so much in all the time working on retro that I know, like next time around, the next issue is going to be so much easier.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a beast, the first issue, but you know, it's like I won't even blink with the next issue in comparison.
Yeah, and it also unlocks like some workflow stuff too, where you figure out like, okay, like I'm a little concerned about that with because I have another contract for like a totally different book that I'm gonna have to start like the second the script is like revised and stuff, and it's going to be done in a very different style, so my workflow is going to have to change. And in theory, I think it'll go quicker because it's a simpler style. And I've switched styles. Like Jacob's Apartment's a lot different than Two Stories, and like, I mean, when I work at work, I work in like multiple styles, so it's like I'm comfortable with switching styles, but I am a little concerned about the workflow part, because like book 2 of Two Stories is coming along a hell of a lot quicker than book 1 did, for that reason, because it's like that you're kind of figuring it out. You're figuring out your workflow. You're figuring out your page, like just the whole stylistic vibe of the thing. But like once you have that all knocked out, it's like a lot easier to like sit down and be like, boom, like I'm gonna knock these out, or like you know your characters a little better, you know, like so 100% relate to what you're saying, you know. But it's cool. It's cool to like build that catalog. And I will say, the best convention I've done in a long time was that LA Comic-Con, where I literally was able to do a booth. I didn't have to sell prints or anything. I just sold graphic novels that are my own, and I made table and more. And I was like, this is awesome. I've never been able to do that before because I never had a graphic novel before. So it's like, prior to that, like if I tried to make booths with like floppies, it just wasn't going to happen, like, so I don't know. It's the persistence, the continuing. It's like, I don't know. We were talking about that with like Jim Lujan stuff too, where like he just kind of is a machine that just like, he's not a machine, but he makes stuff just nonstop. And at this point in his career, it's like, if you look at Jim Lujan's work, it's like mind boggling how many movies he's made, but it's just because he just keeps like, he just can't stop. Like he just keeps making, anyhow, rambling.
No, I enjoy this. Most of my career, I haven't done big things. Like, I've like my longest run was Aquaman, which was in the 90s. On everything, and I remember that being so brutal because it was month after month after month.
Yeah.
At one point, like we were the fill-in team initially. Then we took over the book and they gave us a 1-year contract and so forth. And it's like at one point it was like I wasn't doing the full issue, like Jim's other ink was filling in whatever I couldn't catch up with, because it was essentially I was working from the beginning of the month to the end of the month on Aquaman, and doing covers when they were making covers, and I didn't have any breathing room. It's like, and I think initially, like, before it was a regular schedule for us, I was filling in some independent work on the side. But once we went, we were on the book, pretty much month to month. I dropped all that, and it was like doing a monthly book is brutal. And I'm not a fast inker. I'm like, a page a day. So like it took me a month to do a book, and I want to improve on that, and I haven't really had the opportunity because my career is a bunch of random things. It's like I work on this book, and then I jump into another book, and so with my own publishing company, I'm going to be doing my own books, monthly, but I'll be working back to back on different things and building up, issue after issue. So it'll be interesting, also be penciling too. So
that's the insanity in indie comics is like, we voluntarily sign up to do a lot of work, but it's, it's a fun gig. And what you're describing doesn't like sound much different than my career, where it's just like art careers are strange. You can kind of map out where you're going to go, but things come up, and they're usually full of a lot of like weird surprises and twists and turns you didn't expect. But I feel like if anyone out there, and I've said this before, but I don't think it's bad to reiterate, like if you're out there and you're able to kind of eke out a living doing art, like congratulations, you're doing something like most people can't do. And that in itself, I think is like a real achievement. Because it's like
my attitude was my attitude was always I was happy to be working. Don't worry about like being on the top book. Don't worry about the accolades. Just like if you wait and you have work, that's a great day.
Hell yeah. And also if you're easy to work with, people want to work with you more. Like I think that's something like a lot of people don't realize. Like as an art director, it's like, dude, if like somebody has a shitty attitude and they're a genius, I don't want to work with them. Like, I don't want to hire them. I don't want to work with them. I don't care how good they are, because it's like, you know, because it's like you want to hire people that you like working with. You know what I mean? So I think that's great advice, because you're going to have a better attitude about what you're doing, because you're taking what comes and being like, sweet, I'm stoked at work. You know, like, it's the best kind of people to work with, you know?
Yeah, there's plenty of attitudes or whatever is going through their minds. It's funny. I was watching a Joe Quesada interview recently, and he was saying, like, he came into comics, but from a illustrator mindset, and so he had a certain point of view that to other people he was pretty much an asshole. And he admits that now. It's like, and I find that hilarious. Because it's like I've known him a long time, and everybody was like, "Oh, Joe, yeah, he is such an attitude." It was like, but so what? Like, it's like it never bothered me. The guy does quality work, and that to me was always the bottom line. But then again, I was never the one who was hiring him, so I didn't have to deal with him.
Yeah. That's the thing, is like, well, it's just like one of those things of like, if because like part of like running a team of artists is like, you got to think about the entire team of artists, right? And so if you have an artist who's just like pissing off everybody on the team, like it's like the lack of productivity you get from the rest of the team makes like the person's like output, no matter how good they are, it's just not going to match up to like, whatever quantity of people you have on the team working on stuff. So it's like one of those things of like, and I know it's weird, but there's a saying, I mean, it's a thing in animation. It's a thing in most industries. It's definitely a thing in comics too, where it's like, be nice to the people you work with, because they end up everywhere, like that's like, so like having an attitude of just like, hey, I'm happy to work. Like I'll come here, get my work done, which is hilarious, because I also started the stream being like, I'm in a crappy mood. So maybe I'm not the best to work with, but yeah, I don't know. I just had an off day today where I was not feeling it, but I'm kind of glad I had Comics to Ink, because for me, that's kind of meditative, where it's like the illustration that I'm not doing that I need to work on. It's like I have to pencil it and start all over, and I just didn't have the brain power or the patience today. So it's like, this is where comics are really awesome too, because if you have comics in the cooker, like if you have art energy, but you don't have like, total, like make something from the ground up energy, you have like pencil, like I have a stack of pencil pages I got to ink, it's kind of a nice go-to. I know you probably feel that way, Peter, where it's like, once you're done with the pencils, like, aren't you kind of like, yes, I get to do the thing? I don't know.
Yeah,
I love inking.
I absolutely love inking, which is why I can't not ink other people. It's like, no matter how much logically it makes more sense to sort of give that up that part of my career, I just love it too much. And I always see myself doing that, working with other people on other people's books, even when I want to publish my own books.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, yeah, I totally get that. How you hanging in there, Frank?
Good. Just working on this panel. I'll show it in
his dissertation. You're working on your dissertation.
Yeah.
So
I'm working on a building. Hoping it comes out good. So I'll show it. Show what I got.
Oh yeah.
What you got?
while you're showing that,
cool.
Adam, are you still there, or did we lose you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Did I censor you into silence, Adam?
No, you guys just were talking.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I still feel like. Have you seen the Monty Python bit with the where they do the joke kind of police who like come in and go like, "That's not funny." Have you seen that bit?
I don't think I've seen it.
It's worth watching. Like maybe look it up on. I think it's probably on YouTube, but check it out after. But there's like a guy who just comes in and like ruins every joke and is like censorious. Appears between sketches. All right, Frank, show us.
Okay.
Did you already show us?
I did, but I'll show it again.
I missed it because I was in the ink zone. The ink zone. I want Adam to write a song about the ink zone. I like it. I have one question. Why is that not Captain Anarchy? I'm just kidding.
Because Captain Gagos takes precedence.
It should. I was just joking. Peter, have you heard our Captain Anarchy riffs?
I have not. I actually haven't been watching a lot of videos. I've been trying to get a good handle on my schedule. You know, because typically I turn on videos while I work, but I've been listening to more music lately.
Yeah, and also you live stream as
trying not
well.
to get
Yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't been live streaming that much either. I'm telling you, it's been brutal because it's literally one deadline after another, and I've been constantly behind.
Yep.
For the past 2 months, and it's really taken a toll. So I was like, I got to cut out everything.
I get it. Peter, just to give you like a window where I'm at, this is like page 19 of like, I think it's got to be like 130 pages. I have it all written. I have a lot of it penciled. I have all the roughs and stuff done, but still, I'm going to try to get this done in about a year. And then by 2014, I think, 2014 spring, I have to have 208 color pages done where I'm doing hand lettering, coloring, and that's for a different publisher. So I feel you because I feel like I blink and I'm just working and I'm not where I need to be. But I also I'm trying to trust that thing I was talking about where you just kind of carve at it and then like the weird, I don't know, the weird stuff happens where it actually happens. I don't know. But it is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to be
every once in a while you gotta step back and do some math.
Yeah.
To at least get a vague idea of where you're at and where you will be.
Yes.
Because it's like I got this graphic novel I'm making for a publisher, and I got like I think it's like 86 pages technically left to do, and I know exactly when it's due.
Yeah.
And what that means of how much I have to do each week.
Yeah,
you know,
of course. Yeah, with backplanned. Yeah, you should.
Yeah. So, and like, I'm not working on it. Like, I haven't been working on it for the past month, and I'm not working on it until next week.
Got it.
If I don't keep on schedule,
you're screwed.
The weekly production has to go up. So,
yeah,
I'm not screwed, but you know, less and less I'll have time for anything else.
Yeah, that's the catch of that. Like, I mean, the one nice thing is two stories. Like Marcosia is a lot more flexible about deadlines, so it's like I'm not gonna be up shit creek if this doesn't get done. But the other book, it's like a hard release
Right.
deadline, and like that's like one of those ones where there's like a huge marketing budget and a team behind it and all sorts of stuff. So like if I blow that deadline, like there's no like coming back from that. So like that's nice to know, because like when I back plan, this will take a back seat for like the other book. Although I'll squeeze in these pages whenever I can. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to back plan that, because I think I'm going to have to do about a page a day, which is kind of insane. Like from like pencils to like inks to colors to lettering and everything.
That's too much.
But it's a different style. It's a different style, so it might not be.
Okay.
More
like there's an artist. You ever hear an artist called Jock?
Jock? No, we were talking about Jocks at the top of the.
No, he's a DC artist. I'm not sure what he's doing now, but maybe late 90s, early 2000s, he was working a lot for DC. Kind of a simple style, not super tight in any way, but he had a good sense of design and motion and power to his work, so it worked. I could see him doing a page or even 3 a day.
Yeah, I think at some point I'll show you. Well, I mean, I'll be doing those on stream once I'm moving on the pages. And the publisher, this is the coolest thing.
Right.
This publisher is really on board with transparency during the process, which is actually pretty rare with like book publishers.
Cool.
But they're down.
Yeah.
So as long as I don't like fully give away the plot, like I should be good to like share on stream those pages. So I think once you see the style, you'll be like, okay, it might be achievable, but it is pretty ambitious, because it's not like I'm going to have, full days. It's like, I'm going to have like these little windows of time that start at 9 p.m. So it'll be interesting, but I'm kind of excited about it. And I feel like when doors open, you kind of have to just jump in and be like, okay, well, this because it's an industry, this fully well, Peter, but it's like, this industry is weird where like doors will open and close really quick. And so I feel like if you're going to be in it, you kind of have to be ready. Like when like momentum builds and like doors start opening, you have to kind of be able to just be like, all right, screw it. I'm going through this door. I don't know if I can make it, but I'm going to go through it and I'm going to do it,
Yeah.
And I kind of think like yeah. Sorry, what?
The object is always not to drop the ball.
Hell yeah.
Don't drop the ball.
You can't drop the ball. The key thing with anything, I mean, like in illustration, I think like deadlines are everything, but also communication is key. So like, especially if you're talking about a big book, if you're gonna not make deadline, you got to say that early in the process. You can't say that like when, press releases have been put out and like there's money on the line,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But yeah, I think it's possible. I think it'll be possible. I will say it probably will delay 2 stories, book 2 though, for sure. But we'll see. I'm trying to get as much of this done before I have to get like just in that nonstop grind of just knocking out those pages,
Right. So
I think if you see it though, you'd
getting...
be like, oh, okay.
I look forward to seeing it. It's getting very early, I should say. So I should be going. It's like almost 5 in the morning here.
Oh, dude, get out of here. Go sleep. Thank you for stopping by and sharing what you're working on, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Peter.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
With you guys.
Yeah.
You too.
I'll see you next time.
And you too, Frank.
Good luck with all your stuff you're working on.
Next time, Frank.
Next time, Gadget.
Take care.
Next time.
I love it. You need a cat. You need a cat to pet. Well, you say that. That was fun to have Peter on. I feel like Peter's a good dude. Very talented inker. And Frank's arch nemesis, apparently.
This is Peter.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know, Peter. If you're out there, I don't know if I would take that being a Coke can that gets crushed. That's pretty heavy. The Coke can has been thrown. I guess it's like the gauntlet, but it's the Cokelet has been thrown.
The Coca-Cola.
How are you guys hanging in there?
I'm good.
I'm excited. I'm excited because I might actually finish this slightly in time. Adam, are you hanging in there?
No, I mean I am, and I'm not. I'm still really sick, but
yeah,
I am hanging in there, I should say.
Well, I was gonna say
I'm feeling like crap, but I'm hanging in there, I guess, is what you asked. So am I hanging in there? So yes.
Got it. Well, if you need to go, that's okay too. But it's fun to have you on. What are you working on? Are you drawing Toad Road stuff or a different drawing?
I'm just doodling because my mind is shot. My body is not prepared to start doing comics yet.
Yeah, that's understandable, man.
But I am kind of just getting my hand moving.
Do you have kind of like just out of curiosity, is there like a fog to it, like a brain fog kind of thing?
I never understood that concept of a brain fog. Like, I don't know if I experience it the same way when people say that. Maybe it's the same thing and people just like use a different analogy. But to me, it's more like more blank than like, it's not like something's in the way. It's just kind of like not, it's like more a disconnectedness, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it might be what you guys refer to as brain fog.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't experienced that with COVID because I haven't had it, but friends that I know who've had it kind of talked about that. But I think the way they kind of describe it was more just like a waking dream kind of thing, where it's like you're kind of just floating. But I have no idea.
Yeah, like more of floatiness. But I have been mostly laying in bed. I haven't been eating solid food until like an hour ago.
Wow.
For like 5 days. I've just been at my house, either like in bed or like taking like a
really, really long bath to try to warm up. And just kind of like resting and watching Jim Lujan animations.
So it's fair to say that Jim Lujan is saving your life at this point, right?
I'm
trying to give an absurd promotion for Jim's
well,
stuff now.
I'm trying to think of a third example, because when I was in the hospital, Jim Lujan said, "Okay, Adam, I'm rooting for you, buddy. I'm going to go subscribe to your channel and it's going to get you out of the hospital." Right?
That is true.
And then soon after that, the doctor came in and said, "All right, your chest x-ray looks fine. You know, your temperature came down. You're free to go." Then, so I was trying to think there might be a middle part. Maybe there's not a middle part. But then, yeah, getting me through, like because this is the thing is I'm laying on my couch because my, it's a long story and I cannot explain it, but my bed broke.
Okay.
Somehow it was related to the coronavirus that my stupid bed broke. But, so I'm watching YouTube on, my TV, which limits what I can watch because everything has a bunch of fucking ads on it.
And I noticed that Jim Lujan doesn't put ads on his videos, which doesn't make any sense to me because I don't understand how he makes any money. But so that was one of the things I found that I could watch hours and hours of.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am one of those people who I watch a lot of YouTube, and yet I don't want to pay for YouTube Red ever. And that doesn't make a lot of sense because I watch a lot of YouTube, and the cost of time saved just skipping those ads would probably help me a lot, but still, I'm stubborn. It took me years to even
Where do you primarily
get
watch
Spotify.
YouTube?
What's up? Just on my phone or something. You know?
Oh, on your phone. Okay.
Yeah, or on my desktop. But mostly a lot of it's on my phone, and I actually don't watch it. I'll just kind of stream it as I'm driving, like listen. So that's where I catch a lot of my YouTube's stuff.
I see. Well, I mostly watch on my PC, and I use I don't know how you guys feel ethically about ad blockers, but I use an ad blocker because I will not watch a bunch of fucking ads.
How do you go about an ad blocker? Is that like it's a VPN or something?
Yeah, you just go download it's like a
An app?
No, it's not an app. It's a what do you call it? I can't think of what the word for it is. It's a thing that you attach to your browser.
Huh.
Just like an add-on.
And it just stops the ads from appearing on YouTube?
Oh, not just YouTube.
Oh wow.
Yeah, just
on like Facebook too and stuff?
You can block all kinds of stuff.
Oh, that's rad.
Just depends on what ad blocker you attach, but you could go. I mean, you could go. I'm trying to think of what is that called? Like an add-on, I guess.
Okay, like a plugin.
A plugin. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if you have a high-speed internet connection, just go download it real quick. Within 5 minutes, everything's built. You don't have to. You don't have to worry about it.
I think this page is done.
It's kind of brilliant. I need to, at some point, stop being such a boomer about the interwebs. Because I feel like there is stuff, technically, that I should know that I do not know, like ad blockers.
I mean, I don't know. I can't stand to watch. I don't mind some ads every once in a while, but like so many ads and they show the same thing over and over again. Like they'll show the same ad.
Yeah.
If you try to watch like a couple hours of YouTube, you're going to see the same ad like 20 times or something.
Yeah.
I just can't do that. I'm not going to do that. So.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm like trying to think about, I don't know. But then again, I also like have these fond memories of advertising where like I have jingles that are stuck in my head for the rest of my life from like the Disney afternoon and like, you know, Tiny Toons and
right. When advertising was still kind of like, I don't know, trying to be somewhat pleasant and entertaining. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely. I mean, they were definitely like paving the way for like some of the addictive advertising we have now. But I agree with you. I think at least they were trying to kind of be entertaining, or at least the addictive quality to it was like, hey, let's make a jingle that's super catchy. You know.
Well, I feel like a lot of ads in the 20th century were just like really pleasing too. Just like this kind of, hey, this is this kind of warm, comfortable place to be in. You know, it's like a Sears commercial. It's just like this warm, comfy thing. You know, it's like hokey and crass commercialism when you look back at it now. But it was like this sort of warmth, like a Christmassy warmth to it. You know.
Yeah, I can see that.
I feel like now ads are just like so abrasive, and they just start off yelling at you and all this stuff, and it's like being attacked by something.
Yeah, I think those are how ads are. Frank, can you do an ad like that?
Abrasive?
I was trying to tee you off to do an abrasive plug for your comic.
Well, if you want to get some really awesome comics unless you're a nerd.
Oh
But
snap!
you can go check out the Truckle. I'm promoting the wrong thing. You can check out my Etsy story, and I'm gonna be putting up these comics up soon. But I still have some mini comics, issue 1 and issue 2. This is issue 3. I'm just gonna make more copies, and you'll be able to get this and complete the collection. And I am working on another comic for Captain
More abrasive,
Goggles.
more abrasive. Bring back the can. No, I'm just kidding.
I am working on another Captain Goggles comic. Unless you're scared and you don't like goggles, but you should check it out. You should check out my stuff.
I love it.
There's links somewhere there.
Yeah,
in the chats. There's a link.
Adam, it's just like you were saying. It's like we can't not get interrupted by ads. It just happened just now. Just this abrasive ad from this very strong man who was crushing cans.
I think that's a better way to do stuff is like
call people nerds.
It like I'm trying to think of what you call that. In like within the show, you promote something.
Mm-hmm.
Like the person that does the show takes a break for a second and talks about the product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I've definitely seen that.
Like I know we bring up Norm Macdonald a lot, but like Norm Macdonald, for example, when he would do like an ad for the Man Grate grilling grate. Like it's like I would never watch a freaking Man Grate commercial, but if it's Norm Macdonald and Adam Egget doing a Man Grate commercial, like I'm gonna watch every single one they do, and like it's
Yeah, that's true.
And I would probably even buy like a T-shirt promoting it, or even get the thing,
Yeah, I think that's in podcasting too, where a lot of podcasts now they advertisers prefer if like the podcaster just reads an ad as if it's part of the show. And I kind of understand that because it actually
I find obnoxious though. Like
it is annoying.
Like if they just are reading a scripted thing and it's just like they just slip it in like Mark Maron or something.
I kind of like the way Conan does it on his podcast, but it's because he'll kind of riff on it and it's funny, But I like
that's what I'm saying. Like if they're actually doing something specific and original with it, that's what I like.
Comedy Bang Bang does a pretty good job with advertisements too. I don't know if you guys like that show or are familiar with that one.
I don't know too much about it.
It's pretty good. It's have you ever seen like Between Two Ferns?
Oh, I've seen Comedy Bang Bang.
Nice.
I just not that much, but yeah, I've seen Between Two Ferns. That's a great show.
Yeah, because that's all written by Scott Aukerman, who's the guy from Comedy Bang Bang, and he's one of my favorite writers. He was a writer on Mr. Show too. He's really annoying. That's his joke. Like that's kind of his bit. Is like he tends to kind of just drive people nuts, but it's very funny. I don't know, but it's not like he's actually. I don't know. It's hard to explain. He's just really good. He's great at improv, but he's also just incredibly hilarious. I don't know. I think he's pretty good. Plus, there's some bits on there that are like really some of my favorite bits of all time. There's a guy who does a wonderful Werner Herzog impression. And there's like these twins that promote horse fighting. It's a good show. Well, worth checking out. But yeah, they do good. Like I'd say like the ad reads are pretty good on that show too.
Did you ever watch, speaking of Werner Herzog, did you ever watch Grizzly Man?
Yes. Brutal.
Brutal, okay.
What did you think?
I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
It is funny, but it's brutal.
Okay, so you thought it was funny and brutal. I think we're in agreement on that.
Well, it's one of those things of like, I think he did it so tastefully by the end. And I have to say that last, like, this is where I like Herzog, is like, it was kind of funny and insane and ironic and sort of fitting. But still, the way he edited the ending was very tasteful and horrific.
What with the wolf song thing?
Grizzly Man? Are we thinking the same thing?
Wait, what was the ending that you were talking about?
The blank audio of a man being murdered by a bear. You don't see the camera, you just hear it.
Wait, what? I don't remember that being in that documentary.
Yeah. It's a little bit, but it's just enough to be like really unsettling.
Huh. Because I remember he's like showing I guess the guy's like sort of lady friend.
Yeah.
And he's like, you must never listen to this audio. You must never listen to this recording.
Or maybe they did. You know what's funny is like they may not have even played it. It might have just been the way that he presented it. That made it clearly
he
really
captured
horrific.
your imagination.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean the guy did. Yeah, that's one of those moments of. I always feel that way. I always feel that way whenever I see like orca trainers or something, or like, you know, like people like hugging lions and stuff. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I know even orcas, like that's a long stretch, but still it's like that's an alpha predator, you realize, right? Like,
yeah.
Bears are a lot more hardcore too. Like you really I have a healthy fear of bears. That's how we ended up with the bear kayak joke.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so a friend of mine did a parody of that movie.
Oh, really?
And they didn't like change. He basically just didn't change anything.
They just shot for shot remade it?
Well, like he just basically did like a... It's kind of hard to explain. Like they didn't like have to change anything to turn it into a comedy, is my point.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. I've definitely seen comedy that just recreates stuff shot for shot, and it's just hilarious. Like
they played it up slightly. They slightly emphasized certain things, but it was like...
How did they do the bears?
It was just a guy in a bear suit.
Okay, see that right there. You could play it straight, and it's still going to be funny because it's a guy in a bear suit.
But what was so funny about that parody was that almost every single thing, word for word, was just exactly what they actually said in the documentary.
That was like Airplane with Leslie Nielsen. That was a parody of an actual movie.
Was it?
Leslie, it was a serious movie, and Leslie Nielsen, he wasn't. He was a serious actor. It was before he. That's actually how he got started becoming a comedian, because they told him, just read it, just say it as a serious line, and like they added jokes and stuff, but like he would say it seriously, and it just really funny. So what the guys ended up doing, because they were sure they were gonna get sued, they bought the rights for the original movie. So
that movie.
I forget what movie it was, but like they showed. I think someone did a video on it. So they showed like some lines, and like it was like more or less like similar.
It's so funny. My favorite bit.
They added jokes, of course. Yeah.
My favorite bit in that movie is the drinking problem.
Yeah.
So stupid.
I have a drinking problem.
Just splats the water.
Yeah.
Oh. I kind of want to see this Grizzly Man parody.
You should. It's one of the funniest things on the internet. My point with that was just that he does a really great Werner Herzog impression too.
It's cool.
But actually, oh yeah, Josh, I was going to tell you about these guys. You may already know them actually. Have you ever heard of Red State Update?
Red State Update? No.
It is a political. It's a comedic political podcast.
Huh.
So the guys that did the Grizzly Man parody do that. And then they also do actually you may have heard some of their music on my live stream, the band Holtzclaw,
Oh, okay.
which I had the honor of collaborating with them on one song.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, so they do like comedy videos, they do funny political podcasts, they do music and some other stuff too, but
That's rad.
it's if you look up Red State Update or Holtzclaw or Travis and Jonathan, they also had a show called the Travis and Jonathan Show. That's pretty funny. But the Grizzly Man, let's see, the Grizzly Man parody I think is just called Grizzly Bear Man. It's just them like it's basically a reenactment. It's like a short reenactment.
That's kind of a perfect name though for Grizzly Bear Man. That's pretty
Grizzly
funny.
Bear Man. It's one of the funniest things on the internet.
Oh my goodness, I'm kind of excited about that.
I'm pretty sure that's how I found their stuff, because I was like, in the early days of YouTube, I was like looking up Grizzly Man, and that was like what we found, and then we like stumbled upon their other stuff.
Yeah, it seems like you go pretty far back with YouTube, man. Like pretty active in the early days.
Yeah. Well, I had a channel on YouTube before I put much on it. Like way at the beginning of YouTube, where I only had like one video up or something.
I think I might have been pretty early on with my first. I don't know how like early, but
yeah,
I
like
remember
2008, I think, 2007 maybe.
Yeah.
Oh,
when I started making YouTube videos on a
Modern
regular
ads
basis.
don't have the same charm. Try uBlock for the browser extension.
So we got Chris saying modern ads don't have some charm. Try uBlock for browser extension, and then Ryan Reynolds' production company has made some pretty funny and entertaining ads.
Yeah.
And then Ronnie said he's taking off. So take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, I'll go on YouTube and watch hours and hours and hours of 80s and 90s commercials.
I can understand that.
But I have ad block on there, so it's kind of funny. Like,
there's a nostalgia, to it, and maybe it's because we're programmed to have that nostalgia. But I still have it. It still feels real. I still get a warm feeling when I see like, I don't know, like hear jingles from that era.
Yeah. I get transported, like, well, it's not really being transported. I feel like, okay, I know this is unusual. I've probably mentioned this before. Right now, I feel like it's still 1992. And like, I'm in a weird Back to the Future. Like, I'm in the future, in a weird version of the future right now.
Huh. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Like because of COVID, or just like outside of COVID?
No, I mean all the time.
I can understand that. I mean, there's dissociation with like time. I mean, it definitely, yeah.
No, not dissociation with what I mean is like, okay, I feel like the year right now should be like 1990 something.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that it's like the year 2022 seems completely fake and weird.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
So when I watch a Sears commercial from 1993 or something, it's like, oh, thank God. It's like normalcy. It's like back to reality now, not this weird fake futuristic thing that like it just the present to me seems like a weird, confusing, fake future. So those commercials and stuff to me seem like if you were a time traveler and you got to go back home,
Yeah, I can kind of understand that. I think there's weird thing, at least, and I know this probably may not be matching the same thing you're talking about, but it's like there's definitely a weird thing of like you get to a point where there is no kind of going home. Like, and so like there are like there is this like, it's not nostalgia, but it's like a connection to home that like is going to be found in a lot of those older things. I'm sure that's probably not exactly what you're describing, but it's what it makes me think of, you know?
That's like, I'm stuck. I know it's a cliche. They say stuck in the 90s. So it's like I'm stuck in a certain time period mentally or like just temporally. And it's like just certain things. It's like more than nostalgia. It's like profound to me. It's like it almost like blows my fucking mind. Like I saw someone the other day on Facebook on some group posted a picture of Jetsons cereal. And I remember that fucking cereal because it was from when the Jetsons movie came out. It must have been from like 1990 or 1991 or something. I don't know exactly when that cereal came out, but I remember that movie came out in 1990. I want to say, and like I remember that cereal. I remember what it tasted like. I remember the little thing that came with it, and it was like. It wasn't like bringing me back. It was like, I can't think of how to put it into words. It's like the only thing that of this time period that makes sense that I've seen. It's like all the other, it's not that is taking me back. It's that everything else around me is backwards and weird.
Yeah.
Like the same thing with like old cartoons and old comics and stuff. Like people use that term retro a lot. Like retro means backwards. Like back in time. Right? I mean, I guess, yeah, technically it was in the past. But to me, it's like not. I think of time from the point of view of the 90s, looking forward.
Okay.
Rather than like, in other words, if I'm standing somewhere, I'm not standing in the present, looking back. I'm always standing in like the early 90s, looking forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I definitely can understand that. I don't know if I like fully experience that, but I get it, you know. And I think I can kind of see a window into that, you know. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a break for about 2 seconds. And actually, honestly, I might have to call it because we're at like 2 a.m. Oh, I don't want to, though. I'm enjoying the conversation. But I do need to work. So, you know what? I'm going to disappear for a second. I want to hear a little more of this, though. So, Adam, you brought up something interesting 4 hours into the stream. You've brought up a lot of interesting things, but this one's really interesting. And now I'm like, should I end the stream or should we continue the conversation? I'll be right back, though, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so the last few streams, I've said like I can do another 20 minutes. Oh, Frank's back. And this stream I'm going to do 20 minutes and then probably call it if you guys are down.
Sure.
Okay.
So I kind of, I think, I don't want to say I feel the same because I don't know if I do, but I can definitely say there's a strange dissociation that I feel. And I know you were saying what you're saying isn't dissociation. I'm just saying there is a strange, like I've noticed this politically too, where like I see things happen and I've like kind of seen them happen. Like I'm finally getting to that age where like there's younger people kind of explaining stuff from like times when I was there, and I'm like, that's not really like that technically is kind of what it was like, but not really, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like this weird window into like what I'd imagine like my parents felt, or like, you know, it's definitely like a weird, interesting experience where I've known a couple, like quite a few decades now. So it's like when you have a few decades under your belt, it's like you kind of, yeah, time goes very like a lot quicker and a lot like weirder. But I also feel like the last like 10 years have been pretty insane. Time goes differently for me with a kid for sure. Like that's changed my perception of time a ton. Did you notice that, Frank? Like with kids, like did it kind of screw with your perception of time?
Yeah, like the way they grow up, it's like I just held them in my arms yesterday, and now they're ignoring my calls.
Yeah, it's a
Not that
trip.
on my calls, but like it's like, I remember bringing Matthew home from the hospital, and he just turned 9.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna turn. Wait, did he? Yeah, he just turned 9.
Jeez.
Right, he's gonna turn 11. No, Matthew's gonna turn 9 this month, and Riley's gonna turn 11 in April. So it's like, wow, it's been that long.
Yeah, just like it accelerates time. Like you, like I think actually this is weird, but it's like I think part of why I might have been able to finish a graphic novel and spend 5 years on it is like before having a kid, like 5 years was like a really long time, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like now, like 5 years is like I blinked in 5 years. Like it is a little time travel-y. So I don't know if that at all connects to what you're saying, Adam, but it's like, it is weird because like, it also like, as cheesy as it is, it changed who I am and what I perceive myself as. Like there's like me before my kid, and it's like this weird stranger that I don't know and I don't understand and I can't relate to. And I'm like, even writing this book, it's like I feel like I'm writing about a character. Like this wasn't me. Like even though it's like it was me and I know I experienced these things, but it wasn't me. It's like I'm just like a completely different person. It's really weird.
Yeah.
See, I had that same thing, but the other way around.
Yeah.
Like I don't recognize the current version of myself today.
Yeah.
It's like, who the heck is that person? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
have you seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Spielberg did that before he had kids, and he had said it somewhere in an interview, like sometime after that, like if he would redo that movie now, he wouldn't have had the guy leave his kids, because in the movie he's just like he leaves his family to go into space, so like he would totally like not do it the same way, because now he has kids, now he understands, like now he has a family now, like it's like a totally different, like he's a totally different person than who he was when he wrote that. It's like what you're saying, Josh. It's like back before kids were like somebody else.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because it's like there's this guy, and like I know him and I know how he thinks and stuff, but like I don't know even know if we'd get along, you know? Like it's this weird guy. But I also have totally had those weird aging moments. Not that I'm getting really old or anything, but I'm like at that midpoint, you know?
Yeah.
And so it's like I've definitely had those moments where I like look in the mirror and I'm like, that's weird. That's not what I thought I looked like, you know, like we're just like, who's this dude? Like, you know? So I kind of get that too. I don't know if that's at all connected, but I definitely have those moments. I've had the graying of hair happen, and that's been really fascinating because it's like it like my hair never feels gray, like, you know.
Yeah. Have you found gray hair in your beard?
Yes. Oh yeah. And they're always really annoying because I don't know why, but like at least where I'm at now, even when I get gray hair on my head, it's like always this like really ridiculously long strand of hair, and I'm like, how is this longer than like every hair, and it's like twice as thick, and I'm like, why would it? I don't even mind gray hair, but it's a surreal experience, you know, like for me. So, but I also have like really hazy memories before Ben, and then everything after Ben's like clarity. It's really weird. It's like it's just very strange and hard to explain. And it's not like one of those things like, oh, like no one who doesn't have kids couldn't relate, because I think everybody like has their own things, but it definitely has been a trip in the sense of like my perception of time. Like my wife and I were talking about that. Like it's hard to kind of remember stuff from when we were in college, and then like I don't know, it's just like really weird. It's a weird experience. It's cool, but it's like very weird how much it, like my perspective's different. And not just because like, oh, I care about my kid or anything. It's just like my perspective is just totally different. Time is different.
Right.
Which makes me realize, like, I think time is just kind of like there's a lot of psychology that I've read and stuff about time and how, like, you know, like the whole kind of if somebody almost gets in a car crash, how like things go in slow motion.
Yeah.
I've like definitely experienced that too. Like there's a scene in this book where I talk about, like in Two Stories Book 2, where I talk about like, I mean, it's a lot of weird stuff because like there's like a hospital scene, there's like a getting jumped scene, there's a getting kidnapped by a crazy neighbor. But I kind of try, like later on, I tried to like panel it, and I hope I did an okay job. But it's like there was this sequence, like, so I was like held kind of hostage, like at a neighbor's house who wanted to kill me. And when that happened, like everything paused, and like I had a map of his whole place like appear in my brain. Like it's like the most clear thought I've ever, one of the clearest visual thoughts I've had in my life. And it was like a computer program just running through all the exits of the place. And then like time kind of slowed down. So like the guy moved quickly, but I felt like I could kind of move quicker. It's just really weird. Anyhow, so I've experienced like time like in different ways, like even though it's so experiential. I think everything I've read about it too, it seems like it's very like time is a little more strange and like wiggly. You know, So the reason I'm bringing that up is like I can understand like the idea of like something kind of screwing with like a perception of time or like even an era, you know? I don't know. Now I feel like I just caused a mass quiet. I ought to stop writing about such dark events in my life. Have you ever had that, Frank? Like something happen where just like time just like reverses or like just weird like perceptions of time kind of stuff?
I think when I was younger, like yeah, actually, when I was hit by a car when I was little, so like, and there's gaps where like I just remember being in the hospital and it just felt like a different world in there.
Wow.
And when I was younger, I had jumped off and I jumped off something and yeah, and on the couch and I hit the table.
Oh
Which I think
man.
I think I talked about this before, but I remember jumping because I had a cape, so I was like jumping like I was a Batman, and I remember jumping, and then I remember going to school with metal caps, but I don't remember the time in between.
Oh man.
So
That's a trip. It's just weird that perception's so flexible like that, you know?
yeah.
So Adam, does any of this at all connect, or are we just like totally missing what you're what you're talking about feeling?
It connects in the sense that it has to do with time, I guess.
Yeah. We're kind of just riffing, but that's interesting. So you kind of feel like you're still in the 90s, basically.
Oh, I feel like everything is in the 90s still. Like not just me. Like it is the 90s as far as I'm concerned. Like I just feel that's how it's like my brain is convinced it's still 1992.
Huh. That's interesting. Did you know that's the year? Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, man, I was going to get indie cool points, and then I realized it's a year off, so never mind. I was going to say, wasn't that the year punk broke? And I was like, never mind.
Like basically,
Okay,
you know,
Columbus
somewhere between 1990. What, Frank?
Oh, he was talking about 1492.
1492. Columbus sailed the ocean. So you're saying, Adam, like you feel like it's the 94, 93,
92.
Well, like not. It doesn't have to necessarily be 1992 specifically, but
So it kind of feels like everybody's there, but it's just like this. There's like a veil of it being a different, like forward.
what?
Well, I'm just saying, like, so it feels like everybody's still in 1992, but then it's like, where, like, does it feel like everybody time traveled or?
No.
Okay.
Like
it feels like that era.
Like, no, it's not that era. It's like weird and fake and wrong now. Like the year right now should be 1990 something.
But just everybody set the clocks wrong or something?
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to pry. It's just like it's interesting.
Okay, like
you know,
imagine right now. Everyone was trying to say it was the year 3058. And everyone's just like, yes, the year 3058. Obviously, it's going to be 3059 here next month. Like, better get ready for the new year. It's that weird to me that it's 2022. That sounds like more than fiction. Like, that sounds like more exaggerated than if you were making up a fictional time.
yeah, that's true. I mean, it's definitely a strange sounding year.
I don't just mean the sound of the number. Just it doesn't seem. How is it the year?
Yeah.
2022? It just doesn't seem real.
Yeah. Well, that was like a sci-fi age when we were kids. Like, oh, in the year 2000. You know, it's
There was a Conan bit.
in the year 2000. Yes.
I don't think you guys get what I'm saying. It's okay though.
I think I do. When you said like imagine that right now, like everybody was just telling you like, yeah, it's 3030 or whatever, and that's kind of how it feels.
Okay, but
I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't relate to it, but I get it. I think.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also making jokes. No, I get what you're saying. It just doesn't feel real.
Well, I think part of what you guys were saying too about like you had kids and it like restructures your memory and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You can't even really remember things clearly before you had kids.
Yeah.
I feel like almost everyone I know is like that. And they don't remember what it was like when they were a kid. Whereas I feel like it's the exact same. It's just like a month later or something. Like it feels exactly the same.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember what it was like to be a kid. It feels like it's still happening. Like it didn't go away. It's like when people say, do you remember Calvin and Hobbes, or do you remember Ren and Stimpy? How could I remember Ren and Stimpy? I never forgot Ren and Stimpy. I never stopped watching it. Like I never forgot about it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It just seems like it didn't go away for me.
That kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't fully relate to that, but I get it. And I will say there is this strange thing. I remember this happened too when I was like, it was like the first day that I was like going to teach at LCAD, and like I had a friend like kind of hook me up, and I'd never taught college, and the whole time I was just like, I'm not a college professor. I'm like a kid, you know. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. And then like I got in front of the class, and I was like feeling really out of place, and I was like, what good am I going to do for all these like art students and stuff? And I think the first class I taught was like a Photoshop class, like intro to Photoshop. And then some kid like asked me what a pixel was, and I was like, oh, and I answered it really quick and drew a little thing, and like there were like 4 people in the class that were like, whoa. And then like they had a bunch of other questions, and I could answer them. And then I realized like, oh, I guess I kind of could teach this. It's kind of weird that I can, but I guess that's what a teacher is. Like you just kind of are a little older and somehow know stuff, but I don't feel much different, you know, in that sense. So it's kind of weird because it's like, well, I feel like a different person. I also don't feel old or like wise or anything. I actually feel stupider the older I get.
Corey said that he lost most of the second grade.
Oh yeah, Corey. Yeah, was that the car accident, Corey?
And then he asked a question, but I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the question, and I don't like. He said, "Are we talking about how it feels like it's in the '90s, or it's actually the '90s and people don't know?" I don't understand what either of those mean.
It sounds like I think from what you're describing and what I think Corey's asking, I'd say it's probably more equivalent to like the second part, Corey, from what I'm understanding. Where it's like very convincingly right now is the 90s, but people just seem to keep saying it's not. Right?
No. Corey says it's actually the '90s and people don't know. No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
I say you feel like it is, right?
No, this is what he said. Number one is how it feels like it's in the '90s.
Mm-hmm.
Or two, it actually is the '90s and people just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's asking what you mean.
Neither of those, though. I mean, it's hard to say because I'm not sure what he means. I mean, I guess the first one, it does to me. It feels like it's still the '90s, but it also isn't the '90s. So it feels like this weird futuristic thing when it's supposed to be. It feels like it's supposed to be the '90s.
That makes sense.
And we're in this weird futuristic version that seems so weird and fake.
You're like, it's wrong. This is the wrong version. I can understand that.
And 1992 is especially like a very strong like locus point for me. Like things from 1992, things from 1990 and 1992 especially, just like I can't explain. I don't know how to explain it. It's like if I watch a VHS tape of television with commercials recorded off of TV from 1990. If I watch that, I will feel like I'm in reality more than the reality around me. Like it seems more real than existence around me. And especially something that I had kind of forgotten about, like I hadn't thought about specifically lately.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know how to explain it. It's weird.
It's really fascinating. I can, again, I have little windows into what you're saying. So, not necessarily an open window, but I'm getting glimpses, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, and it's like
it sounds hard to explain too. Honestly,
it is hard to explain, but I think part of it too is like I can remember almost nothing before the year 1990. So like my memory like kind of kicked in gear, and like I started recording memories as an ongoing thing at some point in 1990.
That's interesting. I can kind of understand that.
It was like July of 1990 or something.
I feel like for me, it's hard to remember anything before. I have like some very small snapshots, but like most of my memory before 84 is like really blurry. And then everything gets a little less blurry, but still snapshots,
Yes, so I have fragments before that. But it's like, and that it makes sense because I moved. It was like when I moved, I started just remembering things more solidly. But like something right from when, like something from July of 1990, like probably that freaking Jetsons movie came out in like July of 1990 or something. and I remember it's like it's not that I remember it so vividly. It's just there's something so strong about it that it's like I don't know how to put it into words. It's like it's almost like my first solid memory. So
Yeah.
there's just something so profound about it that makes it seem like really more real than everything else for some reason. Like my memory recorded it in much higher fidelity or something.
Dude, we got to talk about this in depth, but I also have to crash. It's been awesome having you guys on. Adam, I'm really interested in this, so I'm gonna try to remember the next. This will be hard because I have a bad memory, but I will try to remember to talk about memory and in 1992 the next time, because actually this is a really interesting path I want to go down it. Thank you guys for hanging with me for like a long time and getting pages done and stuff. I hope you guys were able to get some awesome art done.
Yeah, I got 2 pages done and just working on page 5, so finish
Hell
later
yeah.
today.
Hell yeah, that's how it's done.
I didn't get any. I was just doodling. I'm not ready to do art yet, really.
Oh man, yeah, like this is getting really interesting. Corey was talking about that memory with the car crash was from his brother's death, and so it like kind of created like trauma induced memory loss, which is like kind of heavy. Corey's got a very rich and sad biography, but also like is an incredibly awesome, strong dude. So, and is always open about that stuff. So I don't mind sharing it because he kind of makes it. From what I recall, Corey was saying like one of the annoying things about it was like anytime he'd want to share it, like people would just be like, "Whoa, dude, whoa," as opposed to just being like, "Oh, okay, this is part of who you are," it's part of your identity. So
I've had that when I try to share my car crash story, and also when I try to share that I've had suicidal tendencies.
Yeah, people always freak out about that one.
Yeah, I was told that I just say it for pity. Not that long ago. So
it's not a good thing to tell someone, because like the problem with men, at least from what I know, is like we tend to respond really badly to like in cases like that. Like don't make somebody feel like you're daring them, because you might be surprised. That's all I'm saying. Like that's a shitty thing to tell someone, and I'm sorry that somebody told you that, Frank. That's bullshit. Sorry. I mean, that's just bullshit that they would do that. It makes me mad. Makes me very mad. Very irresponsible people. Give me their number, Frank. Okay. Anyhow. You guys, thank you for being on here. I'm bummed that I have to go to bed because it was getting like real deep and rich and interesting, and I love diving into that stuff. But I also like I can't function at work tomorrow if I'm up any longer.
Yeah, true.
All right, guys, we gotta make a promise to get kind of weird and vulnerable on the next one because it was fun.
Sure, yeah.
All right, guys, have a good night. Thanks to everybody who showed up and hung in the chats and hung out there with us. And we will see you on the next live stream. And make sure you're subscribed to Frank's Tarocco Creative Cast and Frank's channel as well, Frank Salazar, Salazar Art Nation on YouTube, Adam Lore on YouTube. Listen to Adam's music, pick up Toad Road, pick up Captain Goggles, and pick up Jacob's Apartment, 2 stories. And have a good night, you guys. All right.
Adios.
Adios.